Public Safety Committee of Cleveland City Council will come to order for Wednesday, May 1st, 2024. Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Will you please call the roll?
Valencia.
Present.
Jones.
Present.
Gray. Here. House Jones. Here. Skelly.
Present.
Slide.
Present.
Star. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anyone in attendance wishing to speak would please see the clerk so you can sign up on the sheet. Everyone in attendance, again, from the public wishing to address the body will be given 3 minutes, and you're more than welcome to address the body on an issue pertaining to public safety. We have 2 pieces of legislation. I'm going to get those out of the way. So I'm calling up the members of the administration, Director, Chief.
Chief's not here. but it's
Chief's not here?
me, yeah.
Just you.
Yes,
Oh, good.
part of his Crime Stoppers Committee.
Okay.
Yep.
Come on up.
Yes. Get your mic as well. Thank you. Certainly.
Before I call up, before I read ordinance number 105, Chief, do you have the stats for today of how many sworn officers we have?
Good morning.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning to Council Chair, Safety Chair Palinzik, and other council members. I can grab that information for you. I should have had it available.
Okay.
Because I know that's one of the things you ask on a
Yes.
consistent basis. I'll get
Yes.
that for you before I leave the table.
Okay, we're going to need a number of sworn officers as of today, number of number of cadets in the class that are still in the class.
To the chair, that number is 48, 48.
48 is in the class.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Okay. And then the number of officers that have left since the first of the year.
To the chair, I'll get the information to you.
Okay. In cadet class. Okay. And just let me say this to the chief, excuse me, to the director. I'm still calling you chief. Do you have any idea or indication when the next class will be seated?
To the chair, yes, we have a really good plan in place. Our plans, let's have a relatively large class. I can't give you numbers,
Okay.
but relatively large class sometime in August. And then our plan also is to have a class in the latter part of fourth quarter, maybe in
Okay.
December. Again, we have a plan in place to have 2 classes.
Okay. I'm going to another neighborhood meeting tonight. I had calls this morning. I had a situation over the weekend. We had the shooting up on St. Clair near Glenville High School yesterday. The growing concerns about response, about visibility that I'm hearing from my colleagues and our citizens. But what concerns me is I'm looking at the numbers, and based on officers that are based on time served, that they have been in the Division of Police and their age. I'm really concerned about the number of officers who are going to leave by the end of summer. And we could be approaching 1,000 officers come into summer within the Division of Police. And I've never experienced that in my time here. No one else has ever experienced that. And so what I'm asking you, and I'm going to be asking whoever, the chief, mayor if need be, what is the plan going into this summer with the deployment?
We have a summer, to the chair, we have a summer deployment and safety plan that we're going to present. As a matter of fact, this summer safety plan takes effect today, May 1st, in all 5 districts. We can get that information out to you as well, but we do have a safety plan in place. As far as the plan for officers, our current staffing, Chair, right now is approximately, at least as of Monday, was 1,192 officers.
1,192.
92. That's as of Monday, was 1,192 officers that we currently have.
Is that including the cadets? That's
I-
including the cadets.
I believe so, but I'll have to double check.
Yeah.
Let me double check that. I'm not certain if they're in the actual count yet, so please bear with me and I'll double check with the chief staff. They may not be in that particular count, but I'll let you know for certain. And I had stated before, we do have a recruitment plan in place. We have candidates now that are going through the process. That's why we know that we'll have a class in August.
Okay.
We just don't have the number of recruits that will be in that particular class. We're also working on a lateral class. We put it back out. We had several candidates. We wanted to increase the pool of our candidates, so we put the job posting back out. So again, so we can improve the numbers. And then based on our recruitment plan, we have plans in place to have an additional class at the end of the year in the fourth quarter. So we do have a recruitment plan in place. We have a summer safety plan also in place as well.
Do you have, just and then Councilman Starr had a question or point, then we're going to go into the legislation. Councilman Starr, you had your point?
Yes, my point is, through the chair, is I just heard the director speak about summer safety plan. Like, do we have any updates or what that plan actually looked like? Also, who worked on putting this plan together? Through the chair.
Is that in writing where we can see it?
I can get
Director?
that to the chair, to the chair, and also through the chair to Councilman Starr. The plan was worked on with my staff, also with the chief of police, also with many of the directors in the various departments. The really important part of this plan is the all-of-government approach. It's just not the Division of Police. That's why I said we talked with all the directors, from building and housing to health to aging to whatever you can think of. Director Williams and streets. And we talked with all of those so we can have, again, a all-of-city government approach relative to the summer deployment and safety plan. For example, we have different areas that are identified as hotspots and areas that we've had not just this summer or coming up this summer this year, just based on our data, we've identified several areas, 5 in particular. You know, we have the entire district, the entire city we're looking at, but 5 in particular areas. We're really going to dig down deep into the issues, and that's why I say it's all of a government approach. It's just not enforcement. That's part of it, but we want that to be the small portion of that. It's all the other things: economic development, building and housing issues, and so forth. Dealing with those abandoned, vacant structures, and so forth. You know, something as simple as streets and sidewalks and all those type of things are what we're concentrating on, not just the safety aspect of it. Our partners are involved, the FBI, DEA, Secret Service, and all Household Highway Patrol, the Marshal Service, and so forth. They're all involved in this particular plan, our summer safety plan, which we're just going to continue to roll throughout the year.
So, Councilman, because again, this is the first I heard about there was a document.
Yeah.
So we're going to request the director if we can get that for all members.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
And yes, and through that point, I know it's a summer safety plan, and they've identified some high crime locations. What relationship or work have they done to collaborate with the council on this? I ask that question is because I received a call about a shooting incident that occurred on Colfax over this weekend, and then I found out from some residents who walk the neighborhood, who lives in that neighborhood, that it's been a reoccurring incident happening over there on Colfax, right on the side of the store, St. Moore's, that they said this is always happens. Like, people are there, then shootings get taking place, people have got killed over in that area. So my question is, identifying location, I need hot spots, and then within your summer plan, what is the actual plan of action to clear out these areas? Because what we've noticed is it are not people that live in that community. It's people that come from another neighborhood, post up in our neighborhoods, in our parts of our city, and man, have disturbances, issues, problems, and then they're spearheaded to some violence, but they be out there, whether you loitering or doing whatever you is on the corner. 2 particular areas in Ward 5 I will identify. One is East 30th and 28th Street, and then one is Colfax. So I would love to sit down with Chief Dorothy Todd, and then Commander Tucker over at 3rd District, as well as Commander Valentino for the 4th District, for us to figure out what is our strategic plan. Not a plan to say we just gonna go there one day and hit it and that's it. But what is our plan of addressing these issues and these problems? Now, what I've done myself is went to these neighborhoods and talked to these individuals and asked them, can they get off of this corner? Can you stop being here? What can I do to help you get a job? What can I do to help assist you in anything you like? But you can't be out here doing what you want to do in this neighborhood. It has caused problems for the businesses. It has caused problems for the residents, and they have contacted my office. So I've done that and went out there myself to talk to them. I'm planning on doing some more outreach with them as well. But what I need is the safety, because what happens is we have memorandum of understanding agreements with these other different law enforcement agencies. What is their role in enforcement? Because we all know the rule that people have in their mind. I'm on private property, which may be CMHA property, but when I cross the street, when CMHA police is there, I'm on Cleveland property, and no one is doing anything. So the incidents continue to occur. People start getting large crowds, the loitering, and Lord knows if they're doing anything else out there that is violent, tends to happen out, and then as you know, we all on the remembers page. So my question is, with this safety plan that we have, I would like to get obviously an overview of the plan, but also get a breakdown for us to understand what is the realistic and the actual goals determined by the plan, and also what is a plan to clean up our neighborhoods from people who are coming in there to promote violence or to hustle or do whatever they want in our neighborhood, but choose not to do that in the address or where they lay their head, which is becoming a problem. What can we do to clear up our neighborhoods from that standpoint, as far as enforcements and through the safety plan through the chair?
To the chair, to Councilman Starr, you're bringing up some really good points. Colfax is an area that you mentioned, and also East 30th and Cedar. There was a plan that was put in place relative at least to East 30th and Cedar that was culminated very recently with multiple arrests of individuals in that area. That's through the partnership with the Cleveland Division of Police in our Special Operations section, as well as the FBI and other agencies. I can get you the stats to that particular detail and the culmination of that. So we did have a plan in place. It was a very effective plan to remove some really violent individuals in the East 30th and Cedar area. So you're absolutely right about that. That doesn't mean we're going to stop our enforcement in that area. We'll continue. That's considered one of our areas, the microgrid area, we call it, where we actually get down really close to identified spots and be strategic in how we attack those areas. Colfax is one you just mentioned. I think it's important that you do sit down with Chief Todd or Commander Tucker, who's in charge of that particular area, to deal with that. Part of our plan is to, again, not just have enforcement. Enforcement is going to be part of our plan. That's first and foremost. And then coupled with having outreach and intervention, prevention. Again, the all-of-government approach to that, and it's not one and done. To the councilman, to the chair, to Councilman Starr, it's not one and done. It's not that we're going to come in there a couple of days and then we're done for the rest of the year. No, this is ongoing. It's going to be consistent, and it's going to be laser focused and targeted based on our data to hit those particular areas. As far as Colfax, I would recommend and suggest that you sit down with the Commander Tucker.
Yep, and thank you, and I'll wrap it up, Chair. So if those at home who are viewing this, if you have hotspots, contact police department, let them know. Also make a contact to your council person so they can know it's an area so we can do our part to follow up. So I'm going to just want to make sure those who are watching, if you're out on Outhway, if you're out in King Kennedy, if you're out in Carver Park, Owen, and you just loitering and doing all this extra crazy stuff that keep getting my phone blown up by residents because of your negative activity, is going to come to a wrap. And yes, I am in support of clearing out the neighborhoods. There is too many job opportunities, too many other opportunities to make money. Instead, we want to act like we don't have a chance to do that. We're going to fix that this summer. And I'm meaning boots on the ground, connecting people, meeting them where they at with the outreach, but also let them know the old way of doing things is not how you're going to do it in our neighborhoods.
Sure.
And that needs to be led by all of us as a collective unit, and understanding that safety in the city of Cleveland is very important. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
To the chair, if I can, just one comment, and again, I do appreciate Councilman Starr's comments. It's also important that we are very cognizant and very sensitive to the constitutional rights of individuals. It's not illegal in the city of Cleveland to stand around in the parks and other. It becomes problematic if someone's doing something illegal, then obviously then we can come in based on probable cause and reasonable suspicion as police officers to intervene and do something about it. But for someone just standing around, that's not illegal. Again, I just want to clarify that. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, on that point,
Yes, on that point. Wait, everybody shut, except for the speaker, shut your mics off, because there's tremendous feedback here
Shut that
coming
mic
from
off.
the director, and I don't know.
that mic is on down there, and that mic is on there, and then that mic all the way down there is on.
Just push the button.
Down there, and then the mic at the other end of the table down there needs to be shut off.
There's an echo and a feedback here, so I don't know, so you have to have the mic looked at. You shut that one off.
You shut that off. Can it shut off?
Okay, is that, am I too
Did you
close?
push your button?
She said I'm too close.
Okay,
Okay. Okay, that one worked.
It won't go off.
Yes, so let's try it now.
that might be part of the problem there. But,
She said I was,
Councilman Jones had a point of, listen up, Councilman Jones had a point of information. Councilman,
Mr. Chairman, my colleague, the distinguished gentleman, Richard Starr, brought out the proposition about people standing around, and which, I understand, you don't want to harass people, but at the corner of Harvard and Lee Road at the gas station, Race gas station, we have, because it was so bad with drug distribution and sales there, they know how to do it really well. We were able to talk to the people who own Boost Mobile to set up a fence to prevent the distribution of drugs being sold there. We fenced that entire section off. We even went and had the property owner fence off his section just to block them out from being able to stand over there to do that. Well, they tore the fence down. And I've complained and complained and complained to non-effective commanders of the district, so I'm glad that we got Ralph Valentino, about the loitering at the corner of Lee Road and Harvard. So I know when my colleague is talking about people loitering, they're not loitering and standing there for no reason. They're there to distribute, sell drugs, to cause chaos in our neighborhoods, to cause for our citizens to be unsafe. And when we call in for those situations, we need the police to respond. And when the police does not respond to the situation, then you leave it upon the people who own the property, the business owners, to then go out on the limb to tell them to move away, to get off their property, to stop selling drugs, to try to enforce the law. And when doing so, since we're talking about victims in martial law today, in doing so, they become victims. And in this case, the gentleman's car was shot up. And so, Mr. Chairman, when we call in to complain, I'm not calling to complain that because I see someone standing there. They're standing there causing problems, mischief, mayhem, and then the causing of death. Because at that gas location, people have lost their lives. They've been victims. They've been robbed. And right there at that gas station, BP gas station is known for the longest as a distribution outlet of selling drugs. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would request, Mr. Chairman, that we get the safety plan that the director is talking about. Can you provide a copy for us?
we've made that request. of him.
Okay. And then the second request, Mr. Chairman, can we have a presentation on the safety plan here after we get the paperwork? How soon can we get that plan, Mr. Chairman, to the chief?
Director.
I mean, to the safety
To the director.
to the chair, I'll work on getting that plan to you guys this week, if not
Good.
today.
Okay.
As far as presentation, I'll
Okay.
have to double check when we can get that.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I need you to, if all
Yeah.
possible, the safety director, I know where our hot spots are in my neighborhood, so I'd love to work with you to point out those locations. I also know where the issues are happening in terms of drug houses in the neighborhood, as well as some rowdy businesses that we need to deal with. And so I want to make that available, be a
Okay.
part of your plan if it's not.
Thank you. I do have Councilwoman Stephanie House Jones, just before I call upon her. I guess you can get the tone here. There's frustration at the table. I have frustration. Some of my colleagues have called me over the weekend. So we want the safety plan, because this is the first we're hearing about it, that you are in a process of implementing that plan. The other point is, I would also strongly suggest an email to all council members asking them for their thoughts as to what hotspots are in their neighborhood. I think that would be helpful. It might be the same as you have or as the commanders have, but I think it would be protocol to ask council members, based on the complaints that they're getting, as Councilman Jones and others, Councilman Starr have alluded to, where they're having ongoing issues. I'm not looking forward to summer. I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm not looking forward to summer, based on the complaints I'm getting and what I'm hearing from my constituents. So I'm going to stop right there, because we've got two pieces of legislation, and then we are going to figure out how we can have a larger discussion about what the game plan is for this summer. Councilwoman House Jones, please.
Good morning. Thank you to the chair.
Thank you.
To the chief, good morning. I know we're going to get into the legislation.
morning.
But as we've had this conversation 50 million times, well, many times, which I think is healthy. I think we also need to look at providing the solutions on pathways to get out of this. And so I am appreciative. Recently, I did have a conversation with Chief Drummond, Director Martin O'Toole, as well as Commander Tucker, as we are going in, and I did request for the Safety Committee specifically to have a working session on Ordinance 375.09, responsible security against criminal activity, specifically on our multifamily housing units for the city of Cleveland, to establish a standard of security as it relates to. There's some things into it. It's more into that than that. In addition to when we look at the proactive and preventive strategies, what it looks like when we have our 911 calls, and really being more thoughtful in how we are deploying our forces. I think this is the reason when we think about a comprehensive approach of incorporating the crisis intervention teams, care responses, so that we can have the appropriate people respond to the appropriate things. And so our law enforcement officers can actually focus on more, I'm going to say, illegal activities dealing with very violent, harmful activities, right? Those are the things we have to do, work comprehensively, at the same time working with community members to encourage them. When you see something, say something. Far too many times we are hearing in our community where no one is calling because they are fearful. And I am continually to stress the point, as collective people have more strength than the individual. We have to be able to put out the vibes and the energies to our people that we cannot allow the very, very small minority to cause havoc in our communities. And far too many times, it's like we've given up on ourselves, and we are allowing this small group of individuals to terrorize us. It is not fair. It is not right. And we as community members and community leaders need to speak up and to step out to say this isn't right. I'm along with Councilman Starr for over a year and a half, have been going out to problematic places where we've been getting complaints about people loitering, right? Causing all types of havoc. And then the time for conversation is over. We've had enough conversations. We've worked, continuously trying to work. But when people are showing you that they are not willing to partner with you, then as much as people's civil rights are in play, that you can stand where you want to, what about the civil rights of the people who deserve peace? People deserve peace. They do not need to be terrorized in their community. So I think as we all are working together, we have to think about all of the strategies layered onto one another, and not just be solely relying on reactionary terms, which a lot of times our police, you call them when the problem occurs, right? It's some things legislatively that we can do to have better standards to ensure that specifically many of our multifamily housing units are making sure they have that a proper investment. And so I would be remiss if I didn't bring that up, and understanding that our Department of Public Safety has been willing to look into this situation more thoroughly, so that we could come up with some legislative solutions, and to be a little bit more proactive. Thank you.
Thank you. And based on not only your comments, Council Lady, but the request by Councilman Jones and others, we'll coordinate that with you, Director, to talk about these quality of life issues. But also, we have the nuisance law. And I know, because I was one of the co-sponsors of it, where property owners were to be notified, repeat calls. I'm not going to ask for it now, but I'm going to give you some warning. We're going to drill down on what are those addresses. Because for what my problem that I experienced in the past is that go back to Councilwoman's House comment, we're turning in the same location, the same building, the same property, but the landlords have been immune. And there's got to be some accountability here. So I'm going to stop there. Councilman Jones has 1 minute, then we're going into the legislation.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you through?
Yeah, I just wanted to add what you're saying is the issue, though, is that's one of the things when we had the conversation.
Yeah.
The issue is the city of Cleveland needs to come up with minimum standards, security standards. It is not in code. It is not in ordinance. And we need to come up with some minimum standards in order to be able to fully utilize the ordinance when it comes to, you can tell people, they right now they're giving recommendations, but the recommendations are not based on any standard in the city of Cleveland's ordinance. And that's the work of Cleveland City Council, to come up with minimum standards for multifamily housing units in order to ensure that there is something enforceable when, after the Department of Safety does security audits, that it goes back to our laws. That is missing, and that's what we need to do.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Jones. and then
Mr.
we're
Chairman,
gonna go
on the point of the gentle lady, Stephanie House Jones, and this has been an ongoing issue, and I think the culture needs to change. I brought this situation up with the former chief of the police department and safety director, and you're aware of this. See something, say something. The reason why citizens are fearful of coming to the police and giving in information is because the police out them out. And I know that because I've personally been outed out. And so when they go and do traffic enforcement in my neighborhood, they say, well, the reasons why we're giving you a ticket is because your councilman has us out here. And I've called over to the police department and told them, why are you doing this? You're putting me at jeopardy. I'm in a store and someone's coming up, very angry and upset with me, and saying, hey, you're the reason why I got this ticket, or you're the reason why this car was towed. So that's an issue. And then, case in point, the previous commander, Kutz, there was a incident that happened, a shooting on one of the streets. And so the senior citizens came to me and says, hey, we got information to show what exactly happened on our cameras. As soon as I put Commander Kutz in contact with them to get this information, the next thing you know, the person who was being investigated came over to the property, harassed these senior citizens. I haven't heard from them since. This is the kind of nonsense that's going on. So the culture, to my distinguished gentle lady colleague, needs to be changed in the department. And so, Mr. Chairman, what are we doing about that?
To the chair.
Briefly, Chief, Director.
To Councilman Jones. We do have policies within the Division of Police relative to, once we receive complaints, that we not divulge the information of the person that's calling. That's a policy we have. It's been in effect as long as I've been a police officer. If those situations occur, please contact us or the district commanders, or make a formal complaint so we can take a look at it, so we can look into it, investigate it, and then if that did occur, we'll hold those responsible for giving that information out. Officers are known, are trained, and we have policies that dictate that we do not divulge the name of complainants. So if that is occurring, please let us know. File an official complaint, and we'll follow up on that. It's important for us to know that information so we can conduct an investigation. And if it happens, then we'll hold our members responsible for that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gray, you had a point?
Yes, I do. I just have a point. I just want to tailgate on some of the ordinance that's already in place from the, with the police department. We have a hot spot on 130th and Buckeye, which bordered on Ward 6 and it's bordered on Ward 4. Now, they have a big banner up there at that particular gas station said in the ordinance of the police department, no loitering per se. And there's loitering every day, all day, up to 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So in that respect of all what my colleagues have said, if you have that particular banner up and they're still loitering, and the police officers still cannot stop it, what can be done? Thank you, Chair.
Through the chair to Councilmember Gray, I know that there are different areas in storefronts and others and other businesses or establishments that have no loitering posted. Those, we do not have, I believe, a law here that states that we can arrest someone for loitering. What we can do if we receive a complaint, when I say we, the Division of Police, if they receive a complaint of illegal or illicit activity taking place at a location, the officers will respond, conduct their investigation. If there's a violation of law, they'll take the requisite enforcement action, advise individuals that they can't hang out there if they're not partaking in that particular business. But there is not a law per se on the books for loitering at certain locations. Again, however, if we receive a call for service that there's illegal or illicit activity taking place, we will come down and conduct an investigation. Again, if there are illegal activity taking place, we'll take the enforcement action.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Again, we're going to have some continued discussions about the safety plan deployment, the nuisance law, some of the other pieces of legislation we have on the books. So maybe we need to talk among ourselves. I would say this to my colleagues. We maybe need to schedule a time when we just sit down and talk about some of these things and look with our attorneys at some of these ordinances that we have in place to see if, in fact, how they're working and how not working. So, okay, without further ado, and you're going to get us those figures as it pertains to the number of officers that have left since the first
To
of
the
the
chair,
year.
that's correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Ordinance number 105-2024 as amended by Councilmember Griffin, authorizing the Director of Public Safety to enter a grant agreement with the Crime Stoppers of Cuyahoga County, Incorporated, to carry out the public purpose of providing community outreach to educate people about the Crime Stoppers process in order to increase reporting of crimes and improve public safety in the city and surrounding region. First time it came to City Council was on January 29th of this year. It went to the various departments and divisions. It's been approved by, I can't even read that, that's all blurry. Who it's approved by? It looks like Department of Public Safety. You guys got to get a better stamp. Okay. Approved by Director of Finance and approved by Director of Law as amended. Now, the amendment reads, this legislation authorizing the Director of Public Safety to enter into a grant agreement with Crime Stoppers of Cuyahoga County, Incorporated, to carry out the public purpose of providing community outreach to educate people, et cetera. The actual amendment reads, there is no legal objection to this legislation if amended as follows. Number one, in Section 2, at the end, add ROS 6001, comma, RLA 2024-41. That's approved by Chief Corporate Counsel Stephanie Melnick. Director, tell us what this is about. And introduce your guest.
Our guest is going to introduce herself.
Good morning, everyone. Chair, council members. My name is Patricia Meehan. I'm the Director of Crime Stoppers of Cuyahoga County.
Patricia, how do you spell your last name?
It's M-E-E-H-A-N. H-A-N. Yes, sir.
To the chair, to the council members, as you stated, you read the ordinance concerning the Crime Stoppers. During when we initially started, several times, several council members mentioned about individuals calling in and being concerned and being fearful about giving their identity out or for fear of retaliation from individuals and so forth. And that's why Crime Stoppers is so important. Not only can individuals get involved, remain anonymous, but also receive a financial reward as well relative to helping law enforcement, in particular police, Cleveland Division of Police, able to track down individuals that are involved in illegal activities. So this ordinance is really important. It's about providing our community members with information how they can do that. Patricia will give you more of the details relative to the ordinance.
Ms. Meehan,
Thank
floor
you,
is yours.
Chairman.
Listen up, my colleagues. Thank you.
Crime Stoppers obviously has been in business since 1977. We are totally anonymous. We take that very seriously. I have, as I told Director Drummond, and he was aware when he was on our board, attended several community meetings within the city and the different districts, both with Commander Tucker and Commander Valentino at this point. And the question I get most after I speak is neighbors are concerned. They're concerned about their anonymity. And that's something that I explain to them. Our call center is in the state of Texas. They don't have caller ID. They don't record calls. We also do web tips. We don't have the ability to track IP addresses. The community needs this information to feel comfortable calling. I can't even count how many people have come up to me after the 2 community meetings I've went to, just in asking these questions alone, because they're very fearful. We also have implemented a program with Commander Tucker and Commander Valentino. I have delivered these cards, and they actually send officers to pick them up. And they have officers handing these business cards out in hotspots. Since they've begun doing this, our tips have gone up 34%. Our arrests have gone up. Absolutely. I brought this for all of you to share.
Bill, pass them around.
Each district has a safety fair. I plan on attending all of those. And that would be where the promotional items come in. Getting this phone number in the homes is crucial. They need to know where to call. They need to know how they can do this. We are also looking at implementing a text messaging app where they can text a certain word and number, and they'll get our tip form up right away. They're concerned about how the rewards are paid out. Well, when they call in or when they put a tip in, they're identified by a number. That's it. You know, when you answer that, when you make a phone call, you say, "Hi, this is so-and-so." I stop them when they call my office for anything. I don't want to know who you are. And some of that's out of force of habit. And we take these tips, we disseminate them to law enforcement right away. Cleveland being 90% of our business, and they act on those. I have had tips similar to what you were speaking of. People are loitering. Councilman Jones. People are loitering here. There's drug activity. I get that right out to the vice units or the county narcotics unit. They do surveillance on those places. And then once they have that tip in the system, they give me a disposition as to how that went. I do go out every 6 months. I send out memos, and Captain Riley has actually helped me with this, sending out to get dispositions on how things went. I work directly with Cleveland Homicide. We have implemented a program with the victims where we provide, we post the reward posters. We have County's Most Wanted that airs on Channel 19 every Thursday, where we do 3 fugitives. And we also post one homicide reward a week. I reach out to the families. I provide them with posters so they don't have to incur printing costs. We go meet with the families on those. Any detective that needs any help at all comes to my office or has my cell phone readily available for reward money. Some people are motivated by fear, others are motivated by money. Both work in this case to help law enforcement and make the community safer.
Okay.
And to the chair, I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead. Go ahead.
this grant and this ordinance is really important because that helps Crime Stoppers continue to do what we're talking about here, which is to go out and into our community and actually talk about Crime Stoppers and how they can get involved and the messaging about it and make sure we get the telephone numbers for Crime Stoppers out to all of our community. So it's really important, this ordinance, and I'm glad that it was introduced by Council President Griffin.
Yes. The council president and I have talked about this. The question is, where's the funding coming from?
We are a nonprofit. We have one golf outing every year.
No, I'm talking about to the administration.
To the chair, it's going to be paid for and have the fund number. That's pardon me. That's in the ordinance.
Yes. So the dollar amount is
Not to-
$250,000.
Right, not to exceed $250,000.
Not to exceed not to exceed $250,000. And so, is this general fund money? Do we know where it's coming from? Is this ARPA fund? What is it?
To the chair, the councilman, it is general fund dollars.
General fund dollars. Okay. So you are nonprofit. Where are you located at?
My office is on the, excuse me, Chair. My office is on the 6th floor of the Justice Center, right outside of Cleveland Homicide and Sex Crimes
Okay.
and the County Detective Bureau.
So how many people work for Crime Stoppers?
Me.
Just you. You're it.
I'm it.
Since when?
I've been with them for 2 years now.
Okay.
And I do have a backup deputy that assists when I am on vacation or
Okay.
should I get ill.
Okay. Could you tell us, from your observation, or if you have any data, how many successful arrests have been made as a result of Crime Stoppers?
Just this year, with the information that's been turned into me, there have been 47 arrests. We only look at, we get tips on everything. What we highlight is violent crimes,
Yes.
gun crimes,
Yes.
things like that. And a lot of these are, outstanding murder warrants, felonious assaults, strangulations, things like that.
Yes.
We
Okay.
So we do have 47 this year alone, and we've already paid out $22,500 in rewards.
How much?
$22,500 this year alone in rewards, and we're at 479 tips thus far. I would really like to see that
Okay.
go up.
So it's crime, I'm trying to educate myself, plus we always have to remind everyone, the viewing public is watching this. So we want to educate our citizens as well who are viewing this. Is Crime Stoppers a national organization?
Yes.
It is. So it's
There's
across the entire country.
Actually, it's worldwide.
Okay.
I recently went to a conference last year and met one of the gentlemen that runs their program in Brazil.
Okay. And so this call center you've indicated, that's the national call center for Crime Stoppers.
It is not. That's a call center that most of the Crime Stoppers programs use.
Yes.
That's the one that our program does choose to use in Texas.
And because I'm going to ask the obvious question, why wouldn't we use a local call center to do that rather than somebody out of Texas?
Well, we do that for two reasons. First, they have access and are familiar and linked with the software that we use.
Okay.
Their dispatchers there are specifically trained. So if they were to get a call And they dispatch for, they answer calls for many, many, many Crime Stoppers organizations.
Okay.
If they were to get an urgent call, someone's going to a school to do damage to, for a shooting or something, they immediately call that jurisdiction. They don't just put the tip in, they would call Cleveland Dispatch immediately. So there's specific training that they have.
So again, and I'm glad to hear that. So you're satisfied with that call center?
Very much so.
Okay. So again, how many calls did Crime Stoppers receive last year?
Last year,
And do you have something, a handout for us or something? you can-
unfortunately, I can't hand this to you. It has tip numbers on it, but I
Okay.
can get you
You
the
can-
numbers.
I would like that. If you could
Absolutely.
provide that for us, because again, we want to support this. And obviously, $250,000 is a lot of money.
Absolutely.
And we want to make sure that we're getting our money's worth, as always. And that's a question we ask ourselves all the time, whoever we fund, various agencies and programs, et cetera. So can you just tell us how many calls you got last year?
Last year, we had 1,000.
No, she can't. She said it.
1,555.
That's out of the Cleveland area?
What, 90% of that is
So
Cleveland,
what is
yes.
that, 1,000 again?
1,555.
Yeah. That 1,550, that was for all of last year.
That's all of last year, yes, Chair.
For last year.
And to the chair, that our hope is to increase those numbers, and that's part of the reason why we're really excited about this ordinance and this legislation for the upwards of $250,000 again, so we can go out into the community
Double it.
and double those numbers to help, again, law enforcement take some really bad folks off the streets.
And as a result, you indicated there was how, 40, what, arrests?
No, that's just this year. We had 479 tips this year for 47 arrests thus
400
far. That's just,
479 tips. That was last year?
no, that's this year. That's January
Tips.
to April 30th,
So far, this year.
and 47 arrests.
This year, and 47 arrests.
And again, that's the data that I have coming back. I do reach out consistently to the different units to ask for updates on things, so those numbers could definitely increase.
So that data that you're utilizing, that's from CPD?
What, it's from all across, but again, it's all across the county, but 90% of that is Cleveland.
So, to the director, who reports to Crime Stoppers those numbers? Or the 47, whom,
To the chair, and Patty can probably answer that better than I can. She has a really good relationship with the units that she just mentioned.
Okay.
So the tips come in, depending on what the tip is, let's say it's for a homicide, it goes to the homicide unit. If there is someone that's wanted through their investigation, it goes to the marshal service. Once the arrest is made, then that information is conveyed to Patty for her records and so forth, because she has to pay out based on that tip. And if I missed anything, Patty, please correct me.
okay.
Thank you.
Because I want to make sure, I want to be assured that the data you're giving us is accurate, obviously, because this funding is for a one-year cycle, correct?
Actually, Chair, excuse me, I was told it was for 2 years, 24 and 25.
Okay, and let's confirm that. Where's the piece right here? Let me look at that.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Just want to confirm this.
Doesn't say it on the
Because it
ordinance.
doesn't say within the piece.
Doesn't say it on the ordinance. To the chair, we'll double check, but I believe she's correct, but we'll get that information to you.
Yeah, because obviously it's going to go on to finance, so by the time it gets there, we want to make sure that that is confirmation of the length of time, and then the dollar amount, that 250 would cover that 2-year period, correct?
To the chair, we'll double check, but yes, that should be for 2
Okay.
years, but it's not in the ordinance.
So the viewing public who is watching this, if they are aware of a crime that has taken place, and I think all of us have experienced crimes in our neighborhoods, and then we know that there were people who witnessed it or were on the scene, and then I hear from the detectives or I hear from my commander, folks are uncooperative. I hear that far too often in the city. And so I'm saying to the viewing public who are watching this, you know, that old saying, you get the neighborhood you deserve. If there's things going on in your neighborhood, violent activity, criminal activity, here's an opportunity to utilize Crime Stoppers. And the tip, the call-in tip is 216-25-CRIME, C-R-I-M-E. And if you want to go with the actual phone number, 216-252-7463. I would urge anyone watching this from home who's aware of a violent criminal act that has taken place in their community or against a member of their own family or a friend of theirs, to please utilize Crime Stoppers so we can get these individuals off the streets before they commit additional violent crimes and hurt other people. Colleagues, questions? Councilman Jones, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at the numbers that we have here that Mrs. Meechan?
Meehan.
Meehan.
Yes.
Mrs. Meehan has provided us. Is this like the breakdown of how some of these funds will be utilized?
Yes, Councilman Jones. I did talk to Lamar Billboards to get educational billboards out there with all the ways that tips can be put in. I've looked at television advertising to do an educational promo. Bus advertising is crucial, both from the East Garage and the West Garage. Coming into downtown, it'll hit every neighborhood. Printing costs are for the cards. We do pass out these. These are out of date because they have the 2,500. If you'd like to, and I brought several of those if you'd like.
Do you have any other handouts?
I do not.
Okay.
When I go to the different community meetings, we need event items like a tent for an outside safety fair, you know, covers, and any promotional items, coloring books for the kids that have the phone numbers, hand sanitizer, water bottles, things to get the phone numbers in the houses.
Now, the question I have, because your promotional piece here seems like 127,899. Is that your projection from last year? Or that's for this year?
That's for this year.
And then you're going to go down slightly for next year in 2025?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Chairman, what happens to the other, are we going to bring on extra staff since you will be advertising Crime Stoppers, or is just you're going to totally, how does this function? How does this work?
I have discussed with my board of directors and my law enforcement advisory committee, and they will be assisting. So they'll be coming out to events and helping with things like that. I do, again, have, well, right now I have 2 backups at the sheriff's department for if I should go on vacation. But getting the board out to events, getting the law enforcement advisory committee out, and, you know, deputies, and as I talked to Commander Tucker and Commander Valentino, when I go to these events, they would also have officers there to assist.
I see. So you're going to have some of the people who are already currently employed with Crime Stoppers, and that these funds are for 2 years, 127,899 for 2024, and 122,443 based on these numbers here. That's going to be a part of how this money is spent. So staffing will be paid out of your account.
Those are all volunteers, sir.
Those are all. So you have no. Let me ask this question: what is your annual budget?
Don't have that with me. I can get that for you.
Okay. So let me just say this, Mr. Chairman. There's going to be an increase in calls with this. So if how do you get money? Like, say for an example, I have a drug house. We have a person, we know their name. How does that work in terms of payout? If someone calls and say, hey, we know this is a drug house, this is what's happening, how much do you pay? Do you give rewards for people who commit heinous crimes in the neighborhood? Do you do anything like that?
Every reward is voted on by the board of directors for Crime Stoppers. So when I send a tip out and find out the drug house was raided, arrests were made, I get a disposition back from law enforcement. When a person puts in a tip, they're told to check back in 45 days. They are then given the office number. If there's an arrest, what I do is I set up with them a time and a place for that reward payout.
I see. So for an example, if because I want to work with you, you know, we put billboards up in my neighborhood to say, we will give you, you know, $2,500 for every drug house you give us information on so we can bust. How does that work?
We can't quote a certain amount because it depends on what's given in the tip. The tip give time of day, did the tip give where the drugs are coming from, phone numbers. It depends on the quality of the tip, and that's something that the board decides. But we can say up to 2,500.
Do you have anonymous donors who donate? Say, for an example, we had a business owner who, there was a shooting that took place on the west side, and he put up, I don't know, I think it's something like $50,000 or 25 or 50,000, and then in 2 days, the police had him.
At this point, we're working on a contract to take supplemental funds
Okay.
to our rewards. Our $5,000 reward is one of the highest in the country. Most are at 1,000. And if we saw that we weren't getting the amount of tips with that 5,000, we would definitely look at upping that.
So right now on your card, where it says 2,500, it's now 5,000.
It's 5,000. They upped that in 2021.
Okay. Because what I'm looking at to my colleagues, this for Tiffany, to take this right here, the front of the card and the back of the card, and make an article out of it for our newsletter, our newsletters, and then indicate in it, because the only thing that would change on his card would be the dollar amount, correct?
That's correct.
Everything else is correct.
That's correct, Chair.
I think this is a slam dunk to put in all of our newsletters. So I'm going to urge her to put together a boilerplate piece for us. Councilman Jones, you have
And Mr. Chairman, to Mrs. Meehan, how soon will that be in place where you can have individual donors donate to the program and for specific targeted areas?
That I would have to look into and check with the board. I know that we have some attorneys that were reviewing some sample contracts. I don't know how far they are along with that right now.
Well, I would love to engage you with being able to support a strategic targeted zone in my neighborhood. And so as fast as you can get that up and moving and going, the fastest we can get some money to you so that we can start really hitting the ground rolling on some of these issues. I think that this, Mr. Chairman, would be a great partnership with 4th District Police Department. And as you are aware, Mr. Chairman, and this body is aware, the 4th District has the highest crime rates in the entire city of Cleveland. And Mr. Chairman, it's so bad. Our crime is so bad in the 4th District that we double other districts in terms of our crime that's being committed in our district, and sometimes we've quadrupled that. So, Mr. Chairman, to the Safety Director, we certainly need to have more resources allocated and assets put over in the 4th District. And so I'm grabbing at any straw that I can get. So we don't mind, creating a partnership, Mr. Chairman, with you, Director, and Mrs. Meehan, to really start targeting and homing in on dealing with some of these crimes. Because, and I'll say this, Mr. Chairman, to the Safety Director, we have to get serious about making our community safe. And if we don't get serious about really working to bring more police officers on, if we don't get serious about really fundamentally busting these issues down, we're going to continue to lose population. And that's a critical issue for me and my colleagues that's sitting at the table, because right now we're going in the process of downsizing 2 elected officials due to the fact that the population is decreasing. And that population is decreasing, and I submit to you, Mr. Chairman, to the Safety Director, one of those is based upon safety. And if we don't have safe neighborhoods, people are not going to come live here. They're going to move out. I was just talking to a lady earlier this morning. She doesn't live in this neighborhood. No one is living in the city of Cleveland. And one of the reasons is because it's not safe. And we have to make it safe So we have to do whatever it takes to make it safe. And so I want to work with Mrs. Meehan, with you, Director, to see how we can stop the bleeding of the population leaving out of the city of Cleveland based upon safety alone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Other questions of the committee? Councilman Slife?
Thank you. Through the chair, on the handout, we got the $15,000 annually for geofencing projects. Could you explain what that is? That's the only one that's not intuitive to me.
That was an estimate. They're estimating about $7,500 per project. Geofencing would target an educational blast on the internet to this area alone.
Okay, thank you. You answered a number of my questions with kind of data points. Through the chair, it had been said that there have been 47 arrests to date in 2024. I know that it might be a premature question for the year 2024 to know about prosecutions, but typically in years past, is there any rough estimate or data point on what percentage of arrests lead to prosecutions?
Ms. Meehan?
Thank you, Chair. We don't keep track of that data once the arrest is made, because we pay for indictment and arrest and indictment is what our rewards state. As far as prosecution goes, we unfortunately don't track that data.
Okay.
So the 47, you couldn't tell us how many of those people were convicted?
I can definitely get you
Oh, you
a
could.
close
But
figure
you're,
to
but you're
that,
not,
yes.
but based on the count, but you're not paying out for that. You're paying out for the arrest.
We do, correct,
Okay.
correct. We pay out for arrest and indictment for these fugitives. We do not wait for the judicial system and
Yes.
prosecution
Okay.
of them. But I can
Councilman?
get you that.
And thank you. And you had stated at the beginning, so my follow-up question was going to be what qualified tip to turn into a financial reward. It sounds like it's arrest and indictment. Can you speak a little more, since you focused and underscored the importance of anonymity in making the tip, how the anonymous tip becomes an identifiable person that would receive a reward, and how that anonymity is maintained through that financial transaction?
They get a tip number, and when they call me, they give me their tip number. So that's technically their name with me. And we set up then for a reward to be paid. And that is done. Unfortunately, I can't give the specifics of that, only because of security reasons.
No, I ask because I'm wanting to ensure that that anonymity is maintained.
Very
and that
much
there's
so.
suddenly someone's not showing up with the clearinghouse check on your front porch, and you're like, I don't know what it's.
No.
So the numbers below through the chair add up to just slightly north of $250,000, but $250,000, but not enough to get upset about it. It's a couple $100. But just so I'm clear, the tips and your salary essentially through the chair are paid for by, is that the golf outing essentially?
My salary is paid by the Sheriff's Department, and all of the expenses for the Crime Stopper program itself, the phone lines, the tip system, the computer
Right.
system, that is all paid through the Crime Stoppers program, through the nonprofit, yes.
Okay.
So you are an employee of Cuyahoga County?
I am.
Okay.
Yes, Chair.
So, and then my final question, I think, no, I have two more, I think. In addition to your salary, what other financial contributions are Cuyahoga County making to this program?
We just had, is it 22 and 23? I'm sorry, I have to think for 1 second. It's 22 and 20, for 2022 and 2023, Cuyahoga County, through ARP funds, did contribute $100,000 each year.
$100,000 annually, okay. And then my final question, is there any back of napkin number on the arresting agencies? What percentage of it is Cleveland Police, the sheriff, suburbs, metro parks, things like that?
It varies. I will say I work very closely with the U.S. Marshals, with the Cleveland Police NICE unit that is now associated with the Marshals also. The County Warrant Unit, they're associated with the Marshals now as well. All the districts So I would have to say, between those agencies alone, they handle at least 95% of the arrests.
And those agencies, that would exclude Cleveland Police?
No,
Or
that is
including
with
Cleveland Police?
Cleveland Police,
Okay,
every
with the nice unit,
district.
okay.
Absolutely.
If it's possible through the chair to get a little more information on that, I'm not opposed to Crime Stoppers. I just want to ensure that if it were the case that the county sheriff's office is, I guess, the overwhelming beneficiary of the system and is really the arresting agency, I would want to have a conversation about should the city of Cleveland be subsidizing a program that is to the benefit of the county? Do we need to have a conversation essentially about the county's role in this? I'm always, my antenna are always up that sometimes people maybe forget that Cleveland is in Cuyahoga County and we sometimes take it on ourselves to fund things that I think the county should be funding because we are a municipality in Cuyahoga County. So I think that this request sort of comes from that trust but verify angle. And
Director.
that's all I have.
Director, you want to comment on that?
Through the chair to Councilman Slife, you bring up a really good point and good question. The vast majority, as Ms. Meehan talked about, are Cleveland police officers. They're involved in this. Yes, the sheriff department's involved in it with their warrant unit. Yes, the U.S. Marshal Service is involved in it. But the vast majority are NICE unit. That's the Cleveland Division of Police NICE unit. All the districts are involved in it. And as she stated, about 90% of the work is within the confines of the city of Cleveland. So the vast majority of the folks involved in making arrests are Cleveland police officers.
Councilman? Okay, so again, so the county, Cuyahoga County contribute $100,000 each year for two, okay. So is that for this upcoming cycle, like?
No,
No.
that was for those years, Chair. And that was that goes into our administrative fund,
Right.
which can also be used for rewards. That wasn't earmarked for marketing.
So is there any financial commitment going forward now from the county?
It's my understanding there is a resolution,
Okay,
but I'm not aware as to whether that has gone through yet and to that amount.
and that, so is that through the sheriffs?
That's through Cuyahoga County, through the clerk's office. The
The
money
clerk.
came through the clerk's office.
But I'm
last
saying, who's the resolution is being generated by, the sheriff of Cuyahoga County or the county executive?
County executive. that
Okay,
went through.
so I would hope that you would advocate on behalf of, as well, for the county to step up to the plate a little bit more on this. As Councilman Slife indicated, we find ourselves so often funding programs, and we all question why the county is not providing the funding. Let me see what I have any other questions. Any other questions? Wait a minute, Councilman Jones, closing?
Yeah, closing. Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Mrs. Meehan for Crime Stoppers for being here. I see this as certainly a tool that we can use, and appreciate the work that Crime Stoppers have been doing along. Look forward to working with you to create a partnership so that we can start like homing in our area. Really appreciate this particular piece of legislation. We have given a lot of money out for a lot of programs. This is one, and I think that certainly deserves it. And anything that we can do to deal with crime and push crime down in the city of Cleveland, we should be doing that. And so again, thank you.
Okay, I would ask, Madam Clerk, please include my name on this piece of legislation. Any other members would like to be included? Councilman Jones would like to be included as well. Councilman Kelly. So it would be Councilman Griffin, Polensek, Jones, Kelly. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Please add those names. So ordinance number 105-2024 is approved as amended. Okay, and
I have business cards if you'd like them.
yeah, give me, okay.
I'll get them for you.
Yes, if you could provide cards to the members. Okay. Okay, we're going to move on. Okay. We
Chair,
have one.
Chair, before we move on,
Yes.
can I, to give you the update, the numbers that you asked.
Yes,
for,
go ahead,
Approximately
Director.
48 officers have left the Division of Police year to date.
Okay, so 48 officers have left, and we've got 48 in the academy.
That's correct, yes, sir.
That's called, in Collinwood, that's called break even. Okay? That's what that's called. So now you understand the concerns that we have within a body. And the 48 are a part of that original number you gave us. So
I'm sorry?
the number you gave us of 1,192, the 48 are a part of that.
I'll double check. I'm not quite sure give you the information, but I'll double check on
Yeah,
that,
so
Chair.
that even concerns us even more so. Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Meehan, thank you very much for coming to the table.
Thank you very much, Chair,
Okay.
Council.
Did everybody get her card?
Yes, Ms. Meehan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And hope you're get some additional success, and we're going to try to see if we can get that in our newsletters.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ordinance number 414-2024 by council members Polensek and Griffin, my department request an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contract a ballistic vest for the Division of Police, Department of Public Safety for 1 year period, with 1 year options to renew exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. Came to us April 15th of this year. It's been approved by the Director of Public Safety, been approved by the Director of Finance. There's no legal objection. There is no amendments to this piece of legislation. I'm looking for a dollar amount in it here.
To the chair, it's the amount of $705,000.
Because it's not on the piece at all. So to the Assistant Law Director, the dollar amount has to be included in this administrative report. So would you, Director, would you give us that number again?
Yes, sir. $705,000.
700,000.
700,005. Yeah.
0, 0.
No, 705,000.
700, so 7, gotcha. Okay. Okay, Director, tell us what you got.
Thank you, Chair. Chair and council members, ordinance number 414, if approved by council, the ordinance number 414-2024 would authorize the Director of Public Safety to enter into one or more requirement contracts for the purchase of ballistic vests for the Division of Police. This legislation will authorize the Division of Police to purchase ballistic vests for Police Academy recruits and current police officers in the amount of $705,000 and will be funded through a capital project.
The funds are coming from where?
Through the, again, a capital project. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. But if you can find that out, because when it goes on to finance, that same question is going to be asked, if those are general fund, capital dollars, or wherever it's going to come from. So,
It's going to come from capital dollars, but I'll
Okay.
get the information.
so how many vests are we talking about?
To the chair, that's, that information we don't have. It's based on, again, academy classes and current police officers. The Division of Police has a program in place based on the life of the vest, which is generally 5 years. Every 5 years, we have a program in place to replace the vest. And based on our large numbers, Division of Police large numbers, over approximately 1,200 officers, we have a program in place where we take a certain portion of the officers and replace their vest. So it's an ongoing basis
Okay.
to replace the vest, and then have dollars available for when we have new recruits, such as the 48 we have now. So we're able to purchase them vests. The vests are made and tailored for the specific officers. It's just not a general vest. It's for
Right.
specific officers.
So are all officers assigned a vest?
To the chair, every single officer in the Division of Police, from the chief down to the line officers, are given a vest.
And are they required to wear them?
To the chair, we have a policy that states they shall wear their vest when they're out and involved with
Okay.
police activities with the general
Okay.
public.
So those vests that are at least 5 years, well, better educate me, 5 years, those officers will be given new vests.
To the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And then for the 48 officers that are in the academy, cadets, they'll receive a vest upon graduation.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. We had worked out the arrangement last time, and I appreciate the administration, where the vests that we were phasing out, we offered them to the Ukrainian government.
To the chair, that's correct.
And I would hope, and I would ask officially again, that you seek that action, because again, we talked about this, we did not want the vests destroyed. We know that they can no longer be used for our frontline troops, but in the situation that the Ukrainian people are confronted with, they were more than willing to take the vest for their troops. And so again, if you needed me to put that in writing, I will do so, but if not, I'm just asking you to, yeah, I know. Thank you. Do you want me to put that in writing?
To the chair, I have it written down, but if you want to do that
Okay,
as well.
I will
Yes.
do that. I will follow. Okay. Okay, any questions of the committee for the director as it pertains to ballistic vests for our men and women in blue, which are critical? Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You asked a question, and we didn't get an answer to it to give us an idea, right? I'm looking online on ballistic vest. Are we talking about a package of vest, or are we just talking about just the vest itself?
To the chair, to Councilman Jones, I'm not quite sure of the question.
Well,
Like you can buy like a complete body armor bundle, or you can buy just the ballistical vest. The question that the chairman asked, Mr. Chairman, to our safety director was, how much it cost us for each vest or each ballistic vest?
To the chair, I have to get that information. I do not have that in front of me, what each individual vest costs.
So are there different types of vests, Mr. Chairman, to the safety director?
Director.
To the chair, there are different levels, yes, and we get the highest level of protection for our officers.
Right. So I'm just trying to get an idea of what do you think that pricing might be? Maybe $1,000 a vest?
To the chair, I don't want to give you incorrect information, but it's much further north than $1,000.
Will we be able to cover at least 700 police officers if we pass this off? I'm just trying to get a general idea of the coverage.
To the chair, to Councilman Jones, we do have a process and a program in place to replace vests. What I can give you, or get to you, and get to the group, is actual numbers that we would have upcoming that we would have to replace.
And the reason why I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, because, you know, making sure that we have a general idea, this $700,000 that we're approving right now that's in front of us appears to, if we look at market rate, to cover at least 700 police officers. And that was the reason why we're asking, you know, what that pricing is. And if we don't buy it, I presume this fund will be just set funds aside, so when you need it, you can then purchase it. Or do you purchase by bulk? Do you get a savings? I mean,
Director.
To the chair, to Councilman Jones, you're asking really good questions. Because we do purchase in bulk, there's a break involved in it to give us a discount because we're ordering so many at a time. And based on our program, we could have several hundred being replaced at one time based on our numbers.
right. So it's just, so if you could get that to us, give me a general idea. It could be offline. It'd be appreciative.
So
To the chair, I can do that, yes.
So you've indicated, Director, that we are purchasing the highest quality vests for our men and women in blue.
That's correct, yes, sir.
That's all I need. That's what I want. I want to hear that. Any other members of the committee as pertains to ballistic vests? Okay, without objection, you will provide that information to us. Ordinance number 414-2024 is approved as read. Please sign it up. We're going to jump right into the Department of Law. Discussion on Marsy's Law, which is a great concern. This is where the police reports that we are getting are redacted out substantially. And I understand, and please correct me as the law director comes to the table, I understand that this has been an issue with the federal monitor as well as it pertains to data that is being deleted out reports that they have allegedly asked for. So, so we'll hope to get a brief presentation, and then we're going to go into the Civilian Police Review Board for an update from them as well. Director, good to have you at the table. And would you give us an explanation and an update? And when I'm to the viewing public, when we talk about police brevity reports, in the past, when council members asked for brevity reports from the Division of Police, we would get them, and the only thing redacted out, and we say redacted is where it's a magic marker, would be as it pertains to minors. The minor's name would be redacted out. That changed under this administration, where now all victims, all alleged perpetrators, names are being redacted out, including even the EMS transport, the ones that I'm getting, even the EMS transport numbers are being redacted out, which I don't understand for the life of me, but nonetheless, the director is here to explain what has transpired and why we are in this situation as public officials where we are being denied what we believe to be critical information as it pertains to police reports. Director, floor is yours.
Thank you to the chair, and thank you to members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm joined at the table today by our chair of our public records section, Assistant Director of Law, Amy Huff, and our senior counsel, Assistant Director of Law, Tim Pugin, both of whom work significantly with respect to public records, redactions, and Marcy's Law's issues. Let me say a couple things that I completely agree with you with, and then a few things that
Wait a
that
minute,
I'd
how do
like
you
to
spell
correct.
Mr. Hewen's last name? P-U-I-N. Okay, so it's Amy Huff and Tim Pugin. Are you an assistant law director as well, Amy? Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Get the microphone in front of you so we can hear you. And make sure the green light is on. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chairman
And-
Plutz.
Go ahead.
You might want to pull, Mr. Chairman, this point, you want to pull the microphone close to you when you begin to speak, because we down here at this other end can't hear you.
Yeah. Or
Thank
grab
you,
one of
Counsel.
these if you can across
You
the
can put it
table.
next to you.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so as the chair noted, prior to last year, essentially unredacted reports were being provided to members of council on request. Those are a little bit different than what our issue was with respect to the monitoring team. They weren't looking at the things that we provide to council, so there's a little bit of a difference there. But,
Okay.
but one of the things that happened was that the General Assembly changed Marcy's Law, and actually they changed it twice. So last year in 2023, they actually made two changes to the law. And so I'm going to ask our chair, Amy Huff, to talk a little bit about how things used to be and why the General Assembly, I'm sorry, I frankly don't know why the General Assembly has changed, other than to say I think they have a concern for victims' rights. But she'll talk about what those changes are. But I also want to take a moment to recognize the deep concern by every member here for crime in their wards. And also to say, we acknowledge that you absolutely have an important role, a legitimate interest in making sure that crime is minimized to the best as possible in your wards, because you care about your neighbors. And we understand that. And one of the things that we're trying to do is make sure that we follow the law as constrained by what the folks in Columbus have done. So let me ask
Okay.
our Assistant Director of Law, Amy Huff, to talk a little bit about where we are. And hopefully you've each received a copy of the PowerPoint that's in front of you, but we'll certainly
Yes.
run through it. And I think we'll try to run through it quickly so we have plenty of time
Okay.
for conversation.
Ms. Huff?
Does anybody need the physical PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I have one. Do we have more?
Yeah, more? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate, Director, you recognize that. I wish other people would do likewise.
I hate to confess that I'm 60 years old and I like things on paper.
No,
So-
Believe it or not, we like it because some council members keep a file and would like to go back and look at certain things, and it's good for us to have it. So proceed.
What microphone would you like me to use?
This one.
And it's on the screen as well. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. We've heard council mention what is going on with Marcy's Law. So I
Yes.
want to give you a quick overview of what is going on with Marcy's Law in the last couple of years. First, who is Marcy? Marcy Ann Nicholas was a victim of...
Pull yours down a little bit.
Doesn't seem
No,
to-
just bend it down. There we go.
Nah, okay.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, can you hear, can it be heard on the screen? Okay, good, I want to make sure, because this is on channel 20. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
There we go.
Marcy Ann Nicholas was a victim of stalking who was murdered by her boyfriend in 1983. And he was released from jail very quickly. He bailed out. And her family had no idea. And they actually ran into him on their way home from her funeral. And not only did they have no idea he'd been released, they had no right to be notified that he'd been released. It was very traumatic. They dedicated themselves after that to establishing victim crime rights.
Okay.
They have a foundation that is dedicated to
Yes.
that in all 50 states. In Ohio, even though we refer to it as Marcy's Law, it's actually an amendment to our Constitution. It was changed in 2017 by the Ohio voters, passed by 83%. And it created what is known as the Crime Victims' Bill of Rights.
Okay.
It's an initiative by the Marcy's Law Foundation to pass this in all 50 states, and it's succeeded in 12. It's been found unconstitutional in 2, mostly because of technicalities with how the law was passed, not because of the law itself, per se. It guaranteed 6 rights for victims of crime: the right to privacy, protection, to have a lawful representative, the right to notification, the right to a limited amount of participation in legal proceedings, and the right to compensation. One of the handouts that you have that says Dave Yost at the top,
Yes.
that
We
is
shall
an,
have that, this one here. Okay, go ahead.
that explains each of these rights in greater detail.
Okay.
We're talking about the privacy right today, so I'm not going to go into the other 6. But all of that information is on that handout.
Okay.
The right to privacy in the Constitution, the heart of it, I won't read all of this text. Was a provision that victims be treated with fairness and respect for their safety, dignity, and privacy. And it also gave victims the right to refuse interviews, deposition, or discovery requests. That doesn't say anything about public records, didn't give any guidance, was really not the point of the amendment. When the issue came finally in front of the Ohio Supreme Court, they said this privacy right is very limited and does not apply to public records. Do not use it as an exemption for public records. So when the Ohio Supreme Court makes a statement, the General Assembly has a response. And their response in 2023 was to do 2 things. They amended the public records statute, 1, and 2, they made Marcy's Law not only a constitutional amendment, but a statute. So now it exists in 2 different places, as an amendment and as a statute. I'm going to discuss them both. First, the Public Records Act. New provision, RR. Records, documents, and information that's prohibited to be released by Section 2930.04 and 07 of the Ohio Revised Code are exempt from public records law. 2930.04 and 07 is the new Marcy's Law. Please let me know if I'm going through these slides too quickly.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Quick overview of Chapter 2930, which was the new statute, Marcy's Law. The Chapter 2930 had been in existence for some time, but it was significantly beefed up with these amendments. It was a codification and amplification of all of Marcy's Law, including the right to privacy. The concept behind it is to protect victims from harassment and intimidation. That is what is the goal behind this expanded right to privacy. It is applicable to all violent crimes, CPO violations, that's civil protection order violations, and sex crimes. The privacy redactions do not apply to deceased victims, and the location of a crime cannot be redacted, even when it applies, when it reveals a victim's identity. So we see that in the context of domestic violence, where the location of the crime is also where a victim lives. Another thing that this created was an affirmative obligation for law enforcement to give a form, and you have that form. It's the second handout. The first page is incredibly tiny font, but if you turn it over to the second page,
Yes.
this is the victim right request form that law enforcement has to give to a victim at their initial encounter. So on that first slide about 2930.04 not being a public record, that form that you're holding, that's 2930.04.
Which one?
Is it
The one
this
in your
right
hand.
here?
Yeah.
This
the-
entire piece?
The whole thing, all
The
three
whole page.
pages, yes. All three pages are not public record. No one can get those.
Okay, keep going.
The next provision that we saw in the Public Records Act, 2930.07, privacy of the victim's information. I highlighted the most relevant parts because it's an awful lot of text. Public officer official charged with the responsibility of knowing the name, address, or other identifying information of a victim or victim's representative as part of the office or official's duties. Jump down a few sentences. Nothing in this section prevents a public agency from maintaining unredacted records or a public office or public official from allowing another public office or public official to access or obtain copies of its unredacted records.
Would you expand upon that?
Yes, and I know that's the heart of the contentious
Right.
issue. I do, and I think it might help the conversation if I finish the PowerPoint.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, go ahead.
So the definition of public office and public official that they referred to in another provision of the code, public office, yes, we're City of Cleveland public office. Public official includes all officers, employees, or duly authorized representatives or agents of a public office. It's literally anyone that works for a city.
Yes.
Anyone, anywhere. So this would apply, name a city and name someone that works for it. County, that reading would give anyone who works for a city the ability to ask for an unredacted. It would give them an unredacted access.
Yeah.
So you could have somebody ask for unredacted access just as a neighbor. Say, well, I work for a city. So that's the definition for public office and public official. Marcy's Law, in its first 90 days, was amended. And new language was added. And the essence of what caused it to be amended so very quickly was law enforcement being required to give these forms to victims at the time of the initial encounter was just unworkable. You really can't ask people to do paperwork at this time when you're interacting with them in a really maybe chaotic or traumatic moment. They may not be able to read this paperwork or fill it out. It just is unrealistic, and it was unworkable. So law enforcement does give out the form. They did it then, they do it now. They give the form out to you. If you can fill it out, great. If you can't, you don't have to. But what the law changed to do was that now we have to, it defaults to redaction until the victim has time, if they haven't chosen it at the time. The victim has time to later make the decision when they speak to a prosecutor, fill out the form, or in some other way make their choice. So there's a window in time where we're required to default to redaction. And I think of it as, we're reserving the anonymity until they can make a decision, because once the anonymity's gone, it's gone, and they can't get it back. After that period of time, it's their choice. They can have their name redacted or unredacted. But we are legally obligated to redact it until the victim has made that decision. So that is the way that it changed in April and then July, is why it seemed to come out of absolutely nowhere. It came out of nowhere for us as well. And I know, Councilman, you received a report that had EMS, and it came to me and I corrected it, and you should have received a corrected redaction because it was just erroneous. If you get something that is that strange, please let me know.
Okay.
There's
Keep
still a lot of unresolved issues. As far as I know, and Tim has also looked, there's no case law yet. We haven't seen anything in the Court of Claims or any of the appeals courts ruling on any aspect of this. There is pending litigation at the Ohio Supreme Court level with the Columbus Police over whether Marcy's Law applies to the police in an officer-involved shooting, where the police redacted their names and faces in body cam in an officer-involved shooting in Columbus. That's pending before the Ohio Supreme Court, and that's all that we're aware of. We also don't know how it's going to affect 911 tapes, because there's very long-standing case law that you can't redact a 911 tape. But a 911 tape qualifies as the kind of document that Marcy's Law applies to. And the media outlets have been very concerned with over-redaction. So they've all got their own editorial policies for what they will and won't redact. They don't like us doing it for them, making these calls for them. So there is so much yet to be developed. We don't know what's going to happen, but that's what's happened in 2023.
Okay. Director, you want to comment?
If I could.
Yes.
We think this is a very difficult issue because it's a balancing of our need to fight crime
Right.
with victims' rights. And so
Right.
we looked at this and we wanted to see how other places also interpreted this law. And so we reached out to Columbus, and they don't provide victims' names. And we asked each of these municipalities, as you participate with your city councilors,
Yeah.
do you provide them with names? Do you find that they are public officials under this statute? And so we talked to Columbus, they do not. Akron, they do not. We called the state troopers, they do not. Willoughby, Worcester, Solon, Amherst, Dublin, Highland Heights, Brooklyn. We're not aware of any municipality under this new change of Marcy's law that provides the victims' names to folks who serve on their municipal councils. There might be others that we haven't talked to.
Yes.
We have not heard from Cincinnati. We've talked to them, but haven't gotten an answer from them.
Okay.
But, we also reached out to victims' rights organizations, so folks who are involved in rape crisis and in domestic violence. And we asked them, hey, we've been giving this data to our council folk for, and I'll defer to you, 10, 15, 20 years?
Longer than that.
Is there an issue with this? And the executive director of one rape victims piece said, you've been giving what? And we said, well, yeah, in the past, these records were available. And the executive director said to me, she said, I don't even get these names. When people come into my rape crisis center, those names are withheld from me. So please don't do that. So we're trying to figure out, how we balance this. And, and it's a challenge because you absolutely have a need to know what's going on in your wards.
Okay.
But we have to also follow the law. So, our understanding is that there is no municipality that has taken a different view. And so let me also say this, to the extent that, there's some belief that someone else made the decision. Decision is on me. So
Okay.
it's a legal decision because of the way we interpret the law. And if we can change the law or get a different interpretation, then, we would be happy to provide you with the information that you had before. Again, with the carve out for victims of domestic violence, sexual violence, rape
Okay.
crisis.
So so my question is this, and again, because of viewing public, who does the actual redaction of the report?
The law department.
So when I make a request for a police report, somebody in law is going over that police report.
That hasn't always happened. The report that you received that had the EMS redactions,
Yeah.
somebody in police did it. I don't know who. Sometimes the Division of Police,
Yeah.
I think in an effort to respond as quickly as possible to you, does do the redactions themselves.
Okay. So what you're telling us at the table, even though we are legally elected public officials in the city of Cleveland, that we do not have access to who the victims are, who the perpetrators are. And so I'm looking at the police reports, and this is what I would do with me personally. I can't speak to anyone else, and I've done this historically. I would never reach out to a victim of domestic violence or rape unless they reached out to me. I drew the line there. I would not do that. But where there were other victims, I would reach out to some of those families and say, what can I do to help you? Okay? Where I had rental property, especially Section 8 or subsidized, and I had known suspects or alleged perpetrators, I would notify those landlords that this guy's at your house. And in a lot of cases, I found he wasn't supposed to be at that house, okay? So I would send out what I refer to as, some people call them hate letters, some people call them love letters. But I found them to be effective myself. I can't speak to anyone else. We're notifying, like I just did recently to a landlord, because again, the neighbors told me there was a shooting. They shot 3 times into the house. And again, the police report told me nothing. But I know from the neighbors, so I notified that absentee landlord who owns 28 houses in my neighborhood that there's been your house has been shot into 3 times. Then he became all of a sudden proactive, and I saw the letter he sent to his tenants saying, you're out. You're out of this house. So I used the data that came to me in a proactive way, not to make a victim, another victim, but I used it to try to deal with situations in my community. And when I'm looking at the police reports I'm getting now are absolutely worthless to me.
Worthless.
They're worthless to me. And when they weave, and I said, when they even redacted the EMS transports or fire transports, I mean, or fire department response, I'm thinking, well, what is that about? So I'm getting a report. I'm looking at a crime that took place, but I have no information, including addresses.
Well,
So what good is it?
that is a mistake if you don't have addresses. The law department does not redact addresses.
So what does the news media have access to? Because we all believe in transparency here. And so the news media, did they have access to anything?
I will say they absolutely do not have greater access than the city council.
So they're caught in the same situation.
Yes,
They're looking at redacted reports as well.
absolutely. But you should never have the location redacted from you.
Yeah, to the chair.
Yeah.
So anything that goes through GovQA will be redacted by the law department. Understandably, you have many associations within the city. So if you get something directly
Yeah.
from one of the departments,
Right.
they may erroneously redact more than they should.
Okay.
If it goes through Amy, she will make sure you get the addresses. If
Yeah.
you get it from someplace else, perhaps not.
So, but right now, again, let's get this clarified. So you're not going to tell us who the victim is. You're not going to tell us who the perpetrators are or alleged perpetrators.
Not necessarily. There are times when the suspect's name
I got it.
The suspect's
Right.
name may be withheld subject to what's called the clear exception, but in general,
What's that? What's clear exception?
confidential law enforcement investigatory records. But in general, the suspect's names are released. So I would expect that a significant amount of the time you would get the suspect's name and a location from the law department, unless there is a high probability of releasing the name of an uncharged suspect. There are times that happens.
Okay. So what I want to get straight at this table, Mike, I have Councilman Jones, Slife, and Starr so far. I need to make sure that we're all on the same page. So who's ever doing the redacting, that you're going to tell them that you cannot redact the alleged perpetrators, okay? Because I want to know who that is, especially if they're living in that house, okay? I need to know, on behalf of my colleagues, I'm trying to get as much information as we can. Again, not to harass somebody, not to make a terrible situation worse, but we need information so we can attempt to make our neighborhood and our street safer. Yes. That's all we're asking for. And that's what I had access to, which generated me to send out all these notifications. In some cases, and I was even able to get stuff on juveniles, which has all been eliminated, because I would notify their parents that they were arrested. And so, or their guardians. I thought it worked, it helped me, it helped my neighborhood. And now I feel like my hands have been tied, and I'm here speaking on behalf of my colleagues as well. Now, some people are more aggressive than others, but we're not here to violate anyone's constitutional rights. We're not here to violate Marcy's law. But whatever you can give us, we need that. So I'm going to stop there. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that you covered it well in terms of explanation. I think we had a couple of issues here that certainly need to be clarification on. my colleague, the distinguished Chairman Mike Polensek stated, he used these reports to help to identify locations in his neighborhood and issues that need to be addressed. That is the same with most of what we all do here. The reports have been helpful for me to be able to identify hotspots, to be able to keep an eye on it in those areas where their street clubs are located. It helps when all of the neighborhood of the community is fundamentally aware of massive major issues that may be impacting the neighborhood. Now, the problem, and I started talking about this, Mr. Chairman, as you're aware,
Right.
back in 2018, about the police reports and being redacted, and in addition to that, those reports were not individualized and customized the way that we used to receive them based in the wards area. And Mr. Chairman, let me just say this too, and this is the previous administration and now the current administration, is that we have been, very generous sitting here at this table, approving hundreds of millions of dollars in new systems, softwares, and computers, and you guys come in and want all the bells and the whistles so that you can do your job and utilize the latest gadgets and technologies to be able to hopefully do a better job. And in doing so, we've approved those massive packages of money over the course of the last 6 years and on. It's shameful to sit here at this table and you not give us the information and individualize it to the individual neighborhoods. Those crime reports that relate to our communities versus us having to go through an entire several-step process to surface out every single day what's actually happening in our territories. You work for us. You work for us. And we shouldn't have to beg you to give us a report in our individual communities, especially when you come to this table and ask us for millions of dollars for your fancy computers, and now that you got them, you can't give us what we need to have. Now, legally speaking, you don't have an opinion on this subject matter because the law is really clear here. It starts out in the very first statement. It says RC 2930.07, privacy rights of the victim. It didn't specifically say or categorize public official. It says any public official. That's all of us sitting here at the table. We are elected by our citizens to sit here at this table to improve the conditions of the community and the neighborhood. It says any public office or public official. And then it says that is charged with the responsibility of knowing. Of knowing. When I sit in these neighborhoods and these community meetings, the biggest issue that we have in our neighborhoods, the biggest problems that we hear every day. Now, you're not sitting in front of all these folks. It's the citizens and safety. And you heard me talk to the safety director here earlier about the importance of making sure that we have a safe neighborhood. If citizens are to stay in the city of Cleveland and want to stay in the city of Cleveland and feel safe in the city of Cleveland, if they feel safe, they're going to stay here. If they don't feel safe, they're going to move. So when I go to when I get my reports and I read my reports now, I'm saying, and Mr. Chairman, don't get me wrong.
No.
I'm saying with some understanding that you want to protect the victims, I get that. But don't redact everything. So when we get those reports, when we do fish through the process and get the reports, we don't know what is even that. We don't have the addresses of the location. We don't have the victim's name. We don't have the perpetrator's name. We don't have any of that information. It's like, what good is the report? What good is the time putting into it? And you took upon yourselves to make that decision. Because the law states any public office or public official. And we are a public official that deals with safety. We deal with safety at this table and improving the budget. we should not be so totally excluded where we don't have the information that we need as elected officials to safely keep our community safe. And so I have a problem with that. And I'm going to tell you what the old mayor would say in a situation like this. Sue me. He wouldn't, because you don't have any legal grounds right now. There has not been any of this information brought before the courts. There's been no perspectives and opinions on this. You arbitrarily made the decision to do all these redactions in the entire process to give to us as elected officials. And then to make it even harder for us, then you decided arbitrarily in the past administration to not give us the reports in our respective neighborhoods. And you're still doing it after we've given you millions and millions and millions of dollars in your coffers, and then we continue to support $230 or $280 or $300 million each year into our safety forces. This is disrespectful, Mr. Chairman. And I'm saying it to this administration and the previous administration as well. Not to have this information in our hands. Now, if you want to redact some things for the victims, I have no problems with that.
Through the
Let
chair.
me say, just clarification.
Yeah.
I didn't have the problem under the previous administration. This took place about a year.
Well, I've had it
ago.
with the previous
Okay,
administration,
okay.
and my stuff has been redacted out, and I brought it here at this table, and I argued about it here at this
Okay.
table in the safety committee meeting.
Okay.
And I talked about the fact that, until I was blue in the face about the fact that we don't have our individual reports, and we should have our individual reports, at least have our individual reports that come to our respective territories that's concerning the areas in which we represent as council members.
Okay.
Now, if with all due respect to the safety director and to this administration, right?
Okay. Law director.
Law director, I'm sorry.
I know you.
Yeah, you have all the titles. But give us the information we need to help us keep our neighborhood safe is what I'm asking.
Director.
Yeah, through the chair to the council. First of all, at the end of the day, it's my call. And so I understand and appreciate the criticism, and I would just ask that it be directed at me, because ADL Huff and ADL Pugin, give me their best advice. But at the end of the day, I am deserving of your criticism. So please, I'd ask you to criticize me, not any of my staff, because it's on me.
Okay.
A couple of things, which I want to respond to. I do think that the issue of what is a public official is a question. And so I respect your view on that. We don't agree with it, and here's why. And it was not an arbitrary decision, but I think it was a thoughtful decision. And so my attorneys and I, and at the end of the day, again, I have responsibility for it, needed to look at the context of what was trying to occur. And so as we looked at how other cities also interpreted it, they interpreted it the same way. And so I recognize and respect your view about any public official extending so far, but that also leads to a ridiculous result. And as lawyers, we have to interpret the statute to make sense. So if a part-time employee from some other city in Ohio says they have a right to a rape victim's information from the city of Cleveland, we don't believe that that's the case. So we are going to stand very strongly on victims' rights in this issue. Let me also talk a little bit about the separation of data by ward. You are
Before you
absolutely
go
right.
there, Mr. Chairman, on the point of that, I'm not asking you, Mr. Chairman, to the law department. I'm saying within reason. The information that is getting redacted here is everything. So now if you're redacting the information of the victim, I get that. It's within reason, right? But when you're redacting everything on the piece, it's just all you have is a date. Sometimes you don't even have a location.
And to the viewing public, some people might not know what redacting means. That's where you would have a magic marker would white out, would black out a name, an address. So you get a report and there's just this black line. So that's what we're talking about, reports that are being redacted. Okay. Okay, you're down. Go ahead.
I had a couple more points
ahead.
because
Yes.
you asked me some absolutely legitimate questions about separating out the data ward by wards that you know in your community. And it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that our AI department is now able to generate these on a ward-by-ward. I thought that we had committed to that.
Ms. Huff?
Yes. The Urban AI Open Data Portal that launched at the beginning of the month, their crime dashboard can sort by ward. And I generated a report last night.
Perfect.
I would have brought it with me. It was too small.
Okay.
It was too tiny for any of us to read. But I sorted it by ward. And you
Okay.
can do whatever time limit you want. I did the last 30 days of Ward 8.
But so if I may continue, I think
Yes.
what she's saying is not that you should be doing the sorting, but if you put in a records request to us, we will support it by ward. Let me also say this about addresses. As I understand it, you're right, that we should not be redacting addresses.
I will say, though, the addresses are masked in the Open Data Portal. So it'll say 12XX Main Street. And that's because that's just the best practice and the accepted practice for open data portals across America. So that's not a decision that has anything to do with Marcy's Law. That's just how open data portals run everywhere. But it is at least something that answers the questions of, can it be sorted by ward? It does have that.
Okay, Councilman?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, let me just, say, when you see my passion, everybody's going to get it. So it's not just you. Whoever's sitting at that table is the hot seat. And you're going to get it.
all I
And
need.
so I'm just letting you know, at the end of the day, I represent my people. And my people demand for me to have understanding, information, and knowledge. When they ask me questions about issues in the neighborhood, or if they point out certain situations that are happening, because now I got that report you've given me, it's organized to my neighborhood, I can flip through it and get a better understanding and listening to the complaints that come to my ear. I listen to all my people who call me. I return all of my phone calls. And I get very upset when someone calls my office and says they couldn't reach me for some reason. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to reach me. I have my cell phone out there in the public. I don't know if you have yours out there, but I have mine out there. And so when those people call me and they want to have those issues taken care of and resolved, they can pick that phone up at any time and call me on my personal cell phone. And I tell them, if you can't get anything out of my office, call me. And so when it comes to this issue of understanding the safety in my neighborhood, it's a serious deal for me. So it's good that you finally got your artificial intelligence, all that money we've been giving you, to put a program together to give us our reports. And I hope that you can give me my report, please, pretty please, with sugar on top, and then get it for me for the rest of these months that's here, and then do it in a way where I can read, because I'm old now and I got to have reading glasses. So I would like for when you do print it out, it's big enough so I can see it. Go
Okay.
ahead.
And I
She's
think
not- go ahead.
everyone through the chair
Yeah.
has worked with Dr. Crow, Dr. Elizabeth Crow. That's her division. That's who's generating this.
So,
That's
so
Urban
just,
AI.
because I have Councilman Slife
I'm not
next.
finished.
Okay, go ahead.
And
Your time's almost up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And when it comes to, and I know that it's your decision, Mr. Chairman, to our law, and I like you. I think you're a great law director. But any public office or public official, that's something that now the courts is going to have to take on. No, and we're our own municipality. The city of Cleveland created itself as its own municipality. And there's other municipalities. They do what they want to do. They're governed by their board of directors and elected officials, as we're governed. So just because other cities are not doing it doesn't mean that we have to establish their practice. The law specifically states any public office or public official. We are elected public officials of the board. And so, being that elected public official, we can request for you not to redact anything. And then we can pass legislation stating that. And then you have to follow that. And then if anybody out there in the public doesn't like it or have an issue with it, then they can file with the Supreme Court, and then we can get an opinion on it. But into the meantime, right now, this councilman sitting here at the table, I don't have a problem with reason. and redacting the victims and preserving their rights in the spirit, because that's what we're talking about, in the spirit of Marsy's Law. But as a public official, that's the reason why it was written this way. Public officials have the right, according to this law, to have that information. You taking it upon yourself to determine and have an opinion on it. And there has been no other legal cases concerning it. So, but Mr. Chairman, in a sense of reason, I would err on the side of the director of the law department. So I'm not here to push that issue. I'm here to say, give me my reports in my neighborhood and don't redact. If you redact the victims, that's fine, but don't be redacting all that other information that I need to have in order to make an informed decision and to keep my community safe, to be able to communicate to my commander in the 4th District, and to be able to do the kinds of things that the citizens expect for us as elected officials to do.
Okay. The director indicated it was his call. It was his call, not Ms. Huff, not
No,
Mr.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I'm just,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
But,
He gets it.
But what I want to be clear, I call on Councilman Slife and Starr. Right now, when we want a report, we were told to contact Officer Diaz. Who, isn't it?
Sergeant Diaz, yes.
Yeah.
The
So-
PIO.
So is that still the case?
That's fine. Yeah, he is the PIO for police.
Okay, so if we're requesting a specific police report, the number, we give it to him, and then he's going to give it to us directly, or he's going to have it give it to you?
I'm not sure how it's worked between
Well,
council
who's
and
redacting
CJ.
then? Who's redacting?
I can only speak for law. We don't generate any reports for all of you. Nothing comes out of law with a
Well-
location redacted.
Who's got the magic marker?
On the point, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know. I have GovQA. That's what I use, the GovQA software. If you've gotten something from law, I did not have a location redacted. I apologize if somebody sent you one that did, but it, okay. Well,
Mr. Chairman, can
Well,
we get
it can-
clarification on this process?
Okay.
however council would like to set it up is
Well,
fine
then
with
it's-
us, but
it's like-
that's
send
what
it
you
to-
get
send
from
it
First
to
of
us.
all, again, I want to say this
That's what
again.
you get from us.
Well, I want to say this again. We do not hire, we do not fire, we do not deploy, we do not administer. You tell us how you want us to request reports, and we will do that. But what we're getting now is not acceptable. Okay, what we're getting now is not acceptable.
To you?
On the point, Mr. Chairman.
Anything comes
Once
to
you
me or
finish.
Oliver Saley.
Yep, please, put it to the law department, and we will get you the police reports with street addresses.
And, but the victims will still be redacted out.
Yes.
And you're telling us that the perpetrators or suspects will not be.
The suspects should not be unless the police want to assert that
Okay.
there's an uncharged suspect. Law doesn't do that. That's for the police to say.
Okay.
So what you will get from us 99% of the time is a report that has the suspect, name, the location, and the narrative,
Okay.
and the parties.
So
and
I'm going
yeah.
to request, because Councilman Jones is wrapping it up, but I'm going to request now officially that you're going to send us an email indicating what the protocol is now to all members of council. So there's no confusion here, and what you're going to be able to give us and not give us. Now, I believe, based on what I'm reading as well, we should be able to get, if Mrs. Jones is shot, from what I'm reading, we should be able, you're able to tell me Mrs. Jones got shot at an address. But you're not, you're telling you can't.
We were only ever saying we couldn't say Mrs. Jones. You know, the rest of it is fine. And I want to clarify, do you mean that you want the reports for every police report generated the night before?
No.
Okay.
Because most of them, thank God, are misdemeanors. But where I'm talking where there's violence, gun violence, gun-related violence, arsons. You know what? That's what councilmen are concerned about is the serious violence and crime that's taking place in their neighborhoods, or where there, as we've heard at the previous discussion, where we're having these nuisance properties. See, that's where I would go after the landlords. The police are going to this house repeatedly, but I've got no names. So he says, well, wait a minute. Councilman, well, who's the problem at the house? You can't give me a name. But the police are constantly going to the house. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay,
So
Councilman
I
Jones,
think,
wrap it
Mr.
up.
Chairman, we just need to have a, maybe sit down with the administration to, as an example, and I don't mind doing that, sitting down within reason, right?
Love to.
So that I can see how your proposition of how those reports should come out and what they should look like. Like, each council person works a little bit differently. For me, I like to know everything that's happening in my neighborhood. So property crimes, if there's, because we had a situation, Mr. Chairman, we had a number of property crimes that were happening. So when I'm starting to see a what's the term here, a continuing situation constantly happening, I'll be able to say, okay, it's happening in these zones, it's hot,
Valid
that we
point.
need to have the people on those streets having their eyes and ears open to situations that are happening. I can do quick robocalls to those locations. I can drop flyers down to be aware of situations so that the victims won't continue to be victimized. For an example, we had two teenagers, one older fella going down the street and busting windows open in people's cars and their driveways and taking their stuff out. And they did it leisurely. They bust every single window and broke in every single car up and down those streets. So my crime reports didn't show. I didn't even get it. We didn't have that information. So I wasn't able to get that stuff. And then, of course, I had to go through the program and go through this entire process in order to try to find the issues versus, having it readily available. So sitting down, Mr. Chairman, with the law director to see how the reports are and to weigh in there would be very helpful.
Thank you. Councilman Slave.
And then I'll come back with you with the report, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
thank you.
with your permission.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Slave.
Thank you, and I've been stewing on this for 10 months, so I put me on the back end, I'm sure. But to the chair, as I see it, as it relates to the direct Marcy's Law conversation, the issue at hand, I believe the administration is over-applying the law. We know this because there's been frustrations with the courts and the public defender where they're not getting information that they're entitled to through the legal process. I received, and I'm sure the administration knows, I went to the mayor's office about it, made quite a spectacle of myself. Last year, redacted information about a homicide case. It says in the presentation that the homicide victims do not need to be redacted, but it was. So I'm learning from the conversation that there seems to be something happening where different departments within the administration might not even have a common understanding of how the law applies. I think it's also disingenuous to suggest that all public officials it's either an on or off situation, that all public officials, just by the very nature of receiving a public sector paycheck, are treated equally, when we know that different roles have different requirements. And I was told by a senior member of this administration that, yes, I'm a public official, but a garbage man is also a public official. And leaving aside how insulting I think that was, I'm an elected public official that oversees a billion-plus budget and sits on the safety committee. That is clearly, I think there is a much more obvious, direct applicability to the job versus somebody who, God love them, works as a social worker in the Department of Aging. It's a clear nuance. So the Ohio Revised Code says that public officials may receive this information. And the crux of the information is not whether or not public officials can receive it. They can. It's how we're defining the may and who is entitled to the information and who, quite frankly, maybe needs to go through training to understand how to handle sensitive information so that we are not overcompensating and exposing, victims to become further victimized. But I apologize. This has been a point of frustration for me. I want to rehash how it came to this point because I think it's important. As we know from Councilman Polensek, Council received these for decades. Council has repeatedly asked for pared back versions of it. So this idea that Council doesn't need to, I agree that I might not need to see what's happening in Ward 7 or Ward 11 because I represent Ward 17, and Council has asked for that information and been told repeatedly that it's either on or off. You either receive all of it or nothing. So we are, I want to hammer home that we've been partners in this. I was dismayed when I came into office and looked at a brevity report, which, pause, has the law department seen the brevity report as it comes to council?
I think I've seen 2 brevity reports.
Okay. So in case it's useful and in case for anyone listening, I don't think we want to receive full reports of every event that happens in the city of Cleveland, but what we receive is essentially a summary sheet that says 100 Main Street, telephone harassment, victim. And instead of it used to saying victim Richard Starr, now it says victim black male. And I'm hearing that it's appropriate to give the names of suspects, but we only receive suspect, white male, or suspect, Arab female. That's how it comes to us, and we have to proactively ask for additional information. So I'm happy to hear that we can receive the names of suspects, but it is administratively burdensome for all of us to have to ask for the report for every single violent crime to be able to see if suspects that have been causing issues in our neighborhoods are cropping up in new crime reports. And the issue, this is a technology issue that seems resolvable, but this has been 10 months now and there's been no forthright conversation about how we're moving towards some path to resolution that is mutually advantageous. I was really upset to read a brevity report that had a juvenile rape victim's name on it. And I reached out to the PIO at the time and I said, hey, I don't know what data download we did, but like this has this child's name on it. And they said, yes, it's either everything or nothing. We can't suppress information. So if the issue is that we have been dealing with IT infrastructure that doesn't allow us to suppress what information needs to be suppressed, that's step number 1. I want to take a moment, though, and I want to have a conversation beyond just those at the table with everyone listening, people in the administration, to talk about co-equal branches of government and what residents' expectations of Cleveland City Council members are. There are 18 elected officials in this building, 1 mayor, 17 council members. We are directly held accountable by the voters. Everybody else is hired and appointed into roles. It is very frustrating when I'm told that I do not need to know certain information by someone who is not as accountable to the voters. People elect city council members, obviously, to pass laws, but, and look, you can disagree with it, and you can say that the system that we have of people calling their council members for connections to services, to ask questions, because they need programming, isn't what a legislative body is supposed to do. But do you know what? That's the system we have. And quite frankly, that seems to be the system that residents of the city of Cleveland want. And I think it is, to a degree, insulting to suggest back to residents that what they are expecting their elected officials to do is not what their elected officials are supposed to do. A burden of this job is that people come to you for every question under the sun, expecting you to have just a red phone on your desk, keyed into every single issue, crime, non-crime. Charlie, why is a lane closed on the Lorraine Avenue Bridge? Charlie, what's up with the Taco Bell? Charlie, who do I call if I'm worried about a sewer leak? Like that is the workflow that we get, and it is embarrassing when we are not able to answer these questions because that's what people are expecting us to do. As it relates to crime, people do the same thing, and in fact, people call us very often because they hear so often that Cleveland police is overworked, understaffed, that they don't want to burden the police with more issues, so they come to council members asking for information on how to make a report, what's going on in the neighborhood, did I just hear a gunshot, all of these things. The brevity reports have been a very critical tool in us being able just to have a sense of what's happening in the neighborhood. Who are the players in the neighborhood? And the crux of this is that sure, a law was changed in Columbus, but this administration didn't have the common courtesy to even call this council, to call the courts, to call the defense bar, to let them know that there was going to be these changes. We discovered it. I was sitting on my front porch, and I pulled up a brevity report, and instead of it saying Charles Slife, it said white male, and it had happened from time to time. You hit the wrong button in the data download. And I reached out to the PIO at the time and I said, as I had done in the past, hey, just to let you know, the report from Thursday, you got to redo it. And that's how we found out that this had been changed. This is first and foremost about communication, in my opinion, and a seeming dismissiveness of this being a co-equal branch of government and the need to be open, transparent about changes in policy. And apologies if it's inappropriate to rehash this, but this decision came right after this administration had decided some sophomoric decision to boycott a city council meeting because they didn't want to hear Mike Polensek talk about crime in his neighborhood. And I know I'm going to be accused of grandstanding right here, but you know what? I don't know whoever wrote this report, I don't know what day they were having. We were informed of the political grandstanding that was going to occur. The mayor will not subject his cabinet to sit politely for yet another monologue. This isn't a game. This isn't Charlie Slife versus whoever. I represent 25,800 people. I am the voice of the residents. When people call Richard Starr because they're upset about something and he's talking about it on the floor, it's not a game. They are expecting him to speak, and we do it on TV 20 and on the floor because people expect to see the results of them reaching out to their elected official actually happen. Now, maybe that was just coincidental timing. There's a strong chance that it was, but it layers into this divisiveness. You know, recently a very engaged resident told me, I don't understand why council and the mayor don't get along sometimes because it seems like you're at the same spot on all the big policy issues. This seems to be interpersonal. And you know what, I agree. A lot of it does seem to be interpersonal. Refer back to my notes because I took notes. The value that I had of the brevity reports were a couple. One, I'm looking for aggravated offenses, aggravated robbery with no named suspect. When people find out that Mrs. Smith got carjacked in the Marks parking lot by random strangers, that creates the fear. Now, when some other incident happens, it's not to say that all incidences aren't worthy of attention, but when we find out that this was an interpersonal issue between two people who knew each other, people realize that, okay, I'm not afraid to go to Marks. But seeing that there was a victim and no suspect, not only let me know that there could potentially be some random crime happening, but also give me a sense of, do I need to reach out to Mrs. Smith and check on her, connect her to resources? You know, we're going through all these things right now for diversion programs and mental health co-response, and we are putting more and more people into this network who are not law enforcement officers, and council wants to be a part of that. I don't care what other cities do. We have 17 people here who are trying to be part of the solution, but it seems that from the tenor of people within this administration that there is not an interest in engaging with this council in any meaningful way. There seems to be an interest in quite frankly, criticizing us behind closed doors, and we hear all of those things because we work in the building too. Domestic violence. Like my colleagues, I would never reach out to someone directly, but you know, there's an incident in the neighborhood where from being able to go back through a number of reports and seeing the name come up so many times and then something happens, recognize that this isn't an isolated issue. What do we need to do? How can I work with crisis response to reach out and make sure that they are trying to connect someone to services? It's that type. It's not because I'm trying to win election. Someone said that council only wants this information because we want to win an election, as if these 17 elected officials are inherently political, but one on the other side of the hall isn't. It's a ludicrous and insulting statement. Youth violence, nuisance identification. We have nuisance laws trying to figure out as we put forward, can you monitor this property? We're getting concerns about drugs. Is the fruit of our labors of connecting residents to law enforcement services actually panning out? This is a way for us to see it. So I appreciate that there are changes in law, but I also don't think that it is fair to say that this is just all of a sudden the funnel gets turned off and we're not going to talk about it for 10 months. It's unprofessional. It's not useful. So I could go on all day. I'm going to stop and start to turn towards questions, but I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we are two branches of government. I would like for the administration to comment back what they have heard from the courts about changes to Marcy's law. And then based on that answer, I can say what I've heard.
Director?
I don't know whether I should address that first point. Let me address that first point and then kind of address some of the other comments
However you like.
that you've made. So we have not heard back from the courts. And one of the things that I wanted to put on the table is whether this body would be interested in an Attorney General's opinion to discuss whether public officials encompass city legislators or not. And I think, one of the things that you discussed is that there are gradations and different roles and responsibilities, and what are those and who should get them as well. And I think your comment there acknowledged that there are different types of officials, and as you on the safety committee, you might have a different role and a different set of rights with respect to privacy than someone else who is in a different part of not just this administration but a different city. But let me say this, which is the General Assembly has made a decision about who gets to decide about their privacy. And so as you talk about the example of Mrs. Smith getting carjacked, she may or may not want other people to know that she was carjacked, that she was a victim of crime. She might or she may not. But the General Assembly has decided that that is her decision and that she controls that right of her privacy until she says otherwise. And so as we look at this, it's not up to me or you or anyone else, but the General Assembly has made that balance. And in terms of how we reach that, I can assure you that no one here at this table or in the law department at all came to this legal conclusion for any reason other than trying to apply the law.
Sure, but to the chair, I think that conflates public records law versus what we just read in the Ohio Revised Code, where the General Assembly very clearly said that public officials may receive the information. So this is not about giving Mrs. Smith's information to Channel 3. That's very cut and dry. We get that. She asked for the anonymity. The question is whether or not this administration, by policy, how far they are willing to extend their definition of public official.
Director?
So the question is the definition of public official, as you've noted, and how we define that versus victims' rights. And I will tell you that we stand on the side of victims' rights. I will also acknowledge that it is unclear. And so if we want to have a discussion or ask for guidance from an appropriate state entity, I think that is a good thing to do. Because I think that is ultimately the core of this disagreement as to what is the scope of this term called public officials. Let me say, because I don't think every public official has a right to have rape victims' names, and in fact, we will not agree to that anytime. But that's my point, which is then we're trying to figure out what is the gradation, what are the distinctions, and I think we can't do that without guidance from someplace else, or whether it's the courts or an attorney general or something like that. I have a little bit more. Of course, I'm always deeply offended to suggest that we follow Columbus and the city of Columbus in anything. And so, we don't look at Columbus simply to do what they do, but we do look at them for questions about have they interpreted the law differently. And so that's why we also reached out to Akron and the state troopers and all these suburbs that we previously mentioned, not because we would follow them, but because we would listen to how they interpret it as well. And our understanding is their interpretation is the same as ours. A couple more things. You are absolutely right that a homicide victim's name should not be redacted. And one of the things that we do is, what's that?
It isn't, it specifically is not.
It was in the report I received.
And that's what I'm, right. So you received a report that was incorrectly redacted. So a couple of things. It should not be. It should not be. So, and that may be.
We give them at all, we do not, I mean, this is, I'm sorry, just to interject. Show me where we have gotten even homicide victims since it's been done. It has not been, you do not get the names. You know where we get the names from? From people in our community.
I'm so sorry.
We not get it from
Through
you?
the chair, I'm so sorry. That's not coming through law.
Okay. But I think what you're hearing collectively is the frustration at the table.
Absolutely.
Clearly.
Okay.
And if I may, so one of the reasons, first of all, to point out that is not our law department's view, that homicide victims' names are redacted because they no longer have a privacy interest. And that is an odd piece of the law. And I point that out because we simply follow the law, even though it may seem odd. I mean, I would think many people would look at this and say, oh my goodness, a homicide victim, of course you should redact that for privacy reasons. But that's not what the law says. So I would submit to you also that on some of these other pieces, we follow the law to as best we can. Ward by ward, we want to make sure we get you that stuff ward by ward. And perhaps most importantly, and unfortunately Councilman Jones stepped out, but I am absolutely accepting his invitation to sit down and meet with everybody here And, if we can find a time next week and we're happy to meet wherever there is space, right? Whether it's here in your offices or down in the law department, to make sure that some of the redactions that we've already identified as incorrect don't happen again. And so we absolutely accept, whether it's your invitation, Councilman Jones's invitation, anyone here to sit down and talk through that.
Okay, Councilman Slife,
I can wrap very
Yeah,
quickly because
yeah.
my next question was going to be what are law's recommendations? Like we've heard the no, but what is the path to a yes? And in 10 months, in February or so, the previous safety director had said we're near a resolution. Like we have been waiting, just with eagerness for some resolution where we're able to meet halfway or understand what these challenges are, and we haven't gotten there to now. So thank you for that. It is something that this is just to point out, but you are our attorney, you are the administration's attorney as well. When we have issues and we have conflicts, it feels that we are really on the back foot because the person that we are having to come to ask essentially legal advice and questions is also involved in what is apparently the other side of the table in this conversation. So it's just a fascinating situation City Council finds itself in, where I in my opinion, I don't think that a co-equal branch of government has equal legal representation as defined currently in the charter and the code. And that's we can't change that, but we are trying to advocate. I'll just close by saying this. When I tell residents of Ward 17, oh, I don't have that information, they're not giving us that information anymore, their response to me is, what do you mean? That's what we send you downtown to do. You're supposed to be the guy that knows this stuff. So this is not serving our residents, and it is, quite frankly, very often making me feel like I'm a fool. So thank you.
Well, let me just add that point. And some will have to talk with the council president. When I was council president, I used outside counsel at times. I'll be very blunt about it. I used outside counsel, and I can tell you with Walter Haverfield, I contracted with them because of disagreements with the law department, basically on just the same issues you've indicated. So I myself, I have no problem with going out with outside legal counsel to advise the council collectively if we don't think we're getting the proper advice or representation on a law. That's my opinion. So, Councilman Starr.
Thank you, Dean, and thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Councilman Charlie Slife. You brought up some very valid points. So I'm not going to repeat all the things that Councilman Slife, as well as my colleagues, has mentioned. But something I would definitely want to ask and put out a question to our staff to possibly do some data research. In any other government, or is there any other form of government where we can outsource our law department? And what I mean is, I think the main issue we're dealing with a lot of things in City Hall is the fact that our law department, law director, reports to the mayor. The mayor has hired them. So if the mayor or the administration is not feeling okay with giving council something, they're able to tell it to an employee. Taken from a standpoint of a lens, if I report somebody, they sign my time sheet, I'm gonna do whatever they need to do. So is there something that we can look up to figure out if there's any other government where the law department is not reporting to either side of the table, whether it's the executive branch or the legislative branch, so we can have a non-biased opinion? Because this is what it seems like it boils down to, interpretation. And one of the questions I definitely would ask through the chair to the director is, do you think that members of council is incompetent?
Absolutely not.
I mean, because if we just went through a presentation and it states any public office or public official that is charged with the responsibility of knowing the name, address, or other identifying information of a victim or victim's representative as part of the offices or official duties. I mean, Ray Charles couldn't read that and know that this is common sense. But if the law department is saying for whatever reason they want to give us bits and pieces, it doesn't make any sense to me just reading it. Rather Toledo, rather Cincinnati, Columbus, interpret it a different way, that has nothing to do with the city of Cleveland. Council is put into place to have oversight and to have that balance. We can't have this being ran as our city as a dictatorship or the monarchy. This is democracy. So with our legislative power, and this is what I'm urging our colleagues, it frustrates me that we don't use it to the advantage of our people. When our people are asking us to do things, when our people and constituents want to know what happens, they don't want us talking about we got to go to the remembrance page to get the information first. We need to be able to get that. And now what breaks my heart is when I got elected in January 2022, we used to get brevity reports every day. And it gave name, number, address, location, what actually transpired with the incident on everything. And sometimes we used to look at it and I'd be like, man, this is a lot of information. But guess what we were doing? Receiving that information. But for some odd reason, it stopped occurring that way since July of 2023. So from January of 2022 to July of 2023, we're able to get the case number, the report date, the address, and the statute of the description of what actually took place, the age of the individual, the victim and the victims, all those different things for almost 19 months. Then, when administration decided not to come and deal with a situation, next thing you know, things change. Now, that really makes me want to really make sure I bring back to that point, Chairman, that we need to look at a way to put, whether we got to put it to the voters. Maybe our law department should not be reporting to our administration or our mayor. Maybe there should be some type of outsource. Maybe there should be a way that we go to something else, through a different process to determine what the law director has to do. Because telling us no, and we have the legislative authority that was given to us by being elected by the residents of the city of Cleveland, to then when we ask for stuff, and this is not just the first time we've asked for something from this body and we were told no. I remember just a couple months ago when we did budget hearings and we had a retreat, and our Dean, Mike Polenzek, who's been here since '78, asked for the administration during our budget hearing process to include line items for salaries for each one. And the administration decided to say, no, it's going to take us too long. But within our legislative authority, they should have had to do it no matter what, because he put a request down. Now, I'm tired of us having to deal with someone saying whether it makes sense or not. If this body is asking for something through the chair, this body should get it. And if we don't get what we receive, we should not move anything through our offices, whether it's ordinances, policies, or any legislative work needs to be done if this administration is not going to respect us. They continuously showing us who they are. And we're going to be fools if we continue to think they're not. So until when you was a little kid and somebody was picking on you a little bit too much, and your parents trying to do everything to tell you not to hit back, it took a while for you to hit them back. And once you hit them back, that person stopped hitting you back. Your parents never promoted you to hit them back. But until you say you're going to stop hitting me, it can't be that way. So I'm asking us as council, we don't need to ask the administration to do anything. They need us. We have to pass things. They don't have to pass a darn thing. So if we're requesting stuff to be done, and we wanted to see it get done, it should be done. And I think we should have a conversation, obviously, as a council, and really talk about what we need to do to hold them accountable, because they're not holding us accountable. It is our job to make sure the checks and balances is done in the city of Cleveland. And when violence happens in this community, and we don't know, and our residents are asking us for it, and we can't get the information because of the interpretation of a law based on the grounds of what the law determined, they ain't elected officials. They can't pass nothing without having our name on it. They can introduce. And this is what Councilman Slife is talking about. Even if we don't want all the detailed information, if we wanted it, it should be there. Okay. If we want some things, it should be there. It should not be a point that they say we changing it because we said it doesn't make sense because our other cities don't do this or what. Other cities ain't Cleveland. And for the final point, we're going to stop saying all this false narrative, crime is down. I just seen a report came in, we have 40 homicides already, but we talk about crime is down. This is what I'm talking about. Giving us data, giving us numbers that don't make sense, and that's why I asked the question. I want to make sure I get clarification through the chair. Do the administration, do the law department think council members are incompetent?
Director?
Through the chair to the councilman. No, we do not. Let me address a couple issues. First and foremost, we do not issue a single legal opinion on anything based other than the law. My lawyers look at things based upon what the law says and only based upon what the law says. And we tell the administration multiple times a day, no, you can't do something, because we want to make sure it's the administration that follows the law as well as council. So everything you've heard today is based upon our reading of what the law says and what the law requires. It has nothing to do with any politics or any intervention between the administration and otherwise. And in the course of today's conversation, I think you've heard us say, gee, there were mistakes made with this. If you had redactions on that, this other department that made that redactions, we don't agree with that, because what we do every day is tell you what we think the law is, whether it's redactions of addresses or homicide victims or whatever. Not everyone agrees with that, but we give it to you the way we read the law, and that's what Chair Huff says, that's what Mr. Pugin does. And as we look at what we do, we dealt with 33,000 public records requests last year, more than any other time in the history of the city of Cleveland, because we get them out. And let me also say this, which is we release every single day information that media folks think may be damaging to the administration. Every day. Ed Gallick is responsible for 30%, 40% of our media requests. Yes. And I promise you that Mr. Gallick is not asking requests to be nice to the administration. So not only do we tell the administration no, but when it comes to information, we tell them these are things that can't be redacted. I'm sorry, we can't withhold that email. We can't withhold that report. And we send it out to media regardless, because that's what the law is. And our obligation, regardless of who we report to, is to follow the law. And that's what we do every single day. With respect to timing of our change, that had to do with timing of the change this summer with the General Assembly. And it had nothing to do with anything that was going on internally in this office or in this building. It had to do with what was happening in Columbus. So here's what I would say to you. We are committed to following the law. We're committed to giving you every bit of information that we believe you have a right to. We're also committed to protecting the rights of victims. And so where we see that law and where there is ambiguity, we have decided that we're gonna err on the side of victims.
Okay, thank you. And to that point, thank you for that, some clarification, but the part that don't get me, what you believe have the right to does not determine what I believe we have the right to. My question is, the law, none of the lawyers is elected official. So what you may believe is your belief. But if what we're requesting should be a request. And then I would ask, through the chair, with the public records request, what's the timeline for that? Because I know you said you have 33,000 public records requests that has been submitted. But I know there's been, since we've been dealing with this, through the chair, with Philip McHugh, the media has requested multiple documents, such as a request to have Kerry Howard's emails turned over, to having all the email communication between Chief Bradford Davey turned over, as well as Director of Human Resources Code information turned over. What's the time frame of getting that out? Why that hasn't been out there? And, I mean, if we turn it over things, whether it's good for the administration or not, what's taking the media so long for getting that every type of information through the chair?
Director, you care to respond?
Yes, thank you, Councilman. First of all, it's never as fast as anybody wants, and I understand and appreciate that. Okay, so so first of all, let me just say, we expedite requests from the media. So, you know, as we recognize, the media has a special role in communicating with the public. And so, you know, when we get something from the media, we put that higher up on the shelf. So for public safety requests, typically it's about 15 days to respond. I will tell you that in looking at the federal government, because the Office of the Auditor does a report for the Department of Justice and how quickly they get their reports out. For a simple request, I believe last time I looked, it was 189 days. So are we instant, we are not. But I can tell you that we work hard. So, for example, this administration, as a commitment to transparency, has put 2 full-time lawyers to look at it. We also have a staff of 5 full-time clerks. Is that right? Which we have not had before. And so we are trying to expedite things as quickly as possible. And sitting here at the table, I don't have an immediate answer with respect to your exact public request that you've asked, but I can look at that. I believe it should go out pretty soon. I'm seeing nods from Mr. Puen.
Yes, Director, to
Yes,
the
Mr.
chair,
Pugh.
that specific request that the councilman was referring to has been reviewed and is almost ready for release. It definitely should be this week.
Thank you.
Yep, and just for clarification, for my sake, so what is the process to be actual fill out public records requests? Do someone has to come down to the law department office? Are they able to fill out a public record request online to the city website? And what is the detailed information do they must provide, rather than 5 categories or something like that, in order to get public records requests?
Yeah, so first of all, there is no magic way of asking for a public records request. You can pick up the phone, you can send an email, you can appear in person. Having said that, because we get so many, it's faster if you go through our GovQA portal. And in terms of you simply have to ask for a document. And let me say this. Sometimes people ask us questions.
Okay.
Not the same as asking for a document.
Okay.
And I guess I would defer to Chair Huff if you want to add in
Okay.
anything more about the process. But it's available online and
Yeah, by mail, by walking into the building. Sometimes people just walk up to me and ask for something, and I enter it into GovQA. Anything's valid.
So we could, what you should do again through the law director, you should notify all council members. Someone wishing to make a public request, this is the process. This would be the process. I'm making that officially.
the best process
Okay.
is to log it onto GovQA and work it through
Okay,
there.
and you'll send that to us in an email, okay?
And the way it's typically worked, and I'm sorry if I misunderstood and you were referring directly to council, is I'll hear from an EA for one of the council
Right.
people, and I'll enter it on the
I
behalf.
would like to hope, in all my time here, I don't think I've ever had to make a public records request, official public record. And I would hope that that day would never come where council members would have to do that, because not at that point, the glue that holds us together here, I will tell you, is basic respect. Basic respect and understanding that we are allegedly a team working together. We might have disagreements, but we're a team working together. But so I want to make it clear, for council people to have to make public records requests, in my opinion, is just, that's where you've crossed the Rubicon, and it's not good at that point.
And let me clarify, and I guess I was trying to say this, which is it's
Yeah.
not required.
Okay.
And you can absolutely make your request directly to the police department.
Right.
As we try to administer this
Right.
just tsunami of requests,
Yes.
it's just quicker for us, and frankly, you'll get people who are trained to get you the
Okay.
non-redacted pieces that way. But Councilman, you are absolutely right. You are not required to make a public records request.
Okay. Councilman?
And thank you to that, Dean, as well as Director, because, I always pull up the definition, because they say we don't know what we're talking about. So when you say team, Dean, a group of people who perform independent tasks to work towards accomplishing a common mission or specific objective. And our objective and our goals is to serve the 375,000 residents in Cleveland. And all we ask is, how do we become a team when we don't even get what we asked for? We've been told, and I'm wrapping up, Gene, I heard that one time. We've been told by the administration, we must make a public records request. The chiefs is telling us to do that. Chiefs of staff is telling us to do that. This is
That's unacceptable.
unacceptable. So I'll wrap it up with there. If there's anything that this body needs, I believe once we ask for it, it should be received at the time
And
of that.
we've asked, the director is going to send to us for police reports, this is what you do. If we are requesting police reports, so there's no confusion, This is who you direct it to with the number, et cetera, and we're going to get that from him, correctly?
Yes, and let me also say that when we were here a few months ago, it was requested that you have a complete directory of telephone numbers of the law director, of the law department. And so we sent all of that out, so all of your EAs have it as well.
Okay.
So you should have the
Okay.
direct dial number for
you.
myself and Ms. Huff and Mr. Pewen.
Councilwoman Stephanie House Jones.
Good morning, thank you. I know this has been long, but this is one of the things, just listening to this conversation about a couple of things, I'm gonna just get right into it. So through the chair to the law director, since Marcy's Law has been put into place, how many victims have completed the form to disclose themselves?
I don't know the answer to that. Do you?
No, and we don't get that information. It doesn't come to us because the forms are filled out and given to the police or the prosecutor, and how many people actually filled them out doesn't ever make its way to us, so I don't know.
And I would
just a-
submit that that's part of the problem.
Okay,
right? We're
so-
required to have these, Yoast tells us we have to have these forms.
Okay, so through the follow to the chair, to the law director, if this is part of the basis of your decision, victims have to, so what processes have you put in place to actually get the information?
I'm not sure I understand your
The
question.
victims, you said the basis of it is because of Marcy's Law, victims have to complete this form. What processes have you put in place to find out and get updated information regarding the disclosures as a result of Marcy's Law regarding victims' information, or if they filled out the form and their position?
Yeah. So what the presumption is under the law is that if they haven't filled it out, therefore they are entitled to protection until they meet with a prosecutor for the first time. So our default is, our default position is to follow the law, which is to say the victims haven't authorized us to release it yet.
Again, through the chair to the law director, if you don't know when they, so you said up until the time they first meet with the prosecutor, so through the chair to the law director, how many times have victims gotten to that point where they've met with the prosecutor and actually have filled out the disclosure form?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, through the chair to the law director, is the law department actually coming up with a system to actually find to get that information, since that seems to be a hurdle for us to
Yeah,
get information?
I mean, we rely on those things that are produced to us about whether it has been agreed to, whether the victim has waived their rights or not.
How do you, through the chair to the director, how do you get that information?
We don't. If it's provided to us, then we know about it.
Through the chair to the law director?
Yeah.
When do you actually know that the information is disclosed? You take the presumption that it's not, the information is not. That's what you said. You take the presumption that it's not. So I'm asking you a question, since this is a big point of contention, at what point is it the responsibility, and who actually provides that information?
Sure. I would say sometimes the police report itself will say, at the end of the, just like a police report will say WCS available, sometimes the report will indicate whether a victim signed it or not.
Okay, so
Not often.
I've asked that question. How many
Right.
times has it, and do we keep it
Very
that?
rarely, and we read it, and if it's in the report, we see it, but that's rare.
Okay.
A big part of the challenge is the point in time, because
Okay.
the reports are requested really close in time to when the crime happened. So the paperwork hasn't gotten to a prosecutor, it hasn't gotten anywhere. So that's, I think, why the law was changed, to make us default
Right.
to assuming the redaction,
Okay.
because nobody's gotten the paperwork done. But it doesn't ever come back to us.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to purpose and intent of a law. You know, being from my experience from being in the State House when Marcy's Law was first put. As you went through this conversation, the purpose of the law, based on the intent, was so that a victim or the family of a victim's crime would not be surprised by actions of those who are suspected, alleged, and or those who have actually committed the crime. That was the legislative intent. That was the purpose. So it is is quite insulting. Quite insulting to have the law department to come up with this interpretation and say that we are siding on the sides of victims. What do you think me as a Cleveland City Council member is, and the rest of my counterparts are? Is it the presumption that we are the alleged perpetrators of violence in our community, and so we're going to cause harm to them? Because that's my interpretation of it. Based on what the purpose of Marcy's Law is, and in addition to understanding, even when you want to compare Cleveland City Council to other bodies, there is differences, right? Because we have, in the Cleveland City Council, we have a hybrid model. A hybrid model. What does that mean? We have both legislative responsibilities and executive duties when you think of all the sign-offs for food applications, land bank applications, board of appeals. Many of the other legislative bodies don't have those functions. Even in addition to, even the mayor being able to introduce legislation, which I was like, what is this? Because the governor doesn't have that, those opportunities. Many of the other mayors in the major cities that you went to don't have that also hybrid authority. The city of Cleveland is pretty unique in the way that our form of government is in operation than other people, right? So with that being said, can you tell me through the chair to the law director, how many proactive or preventative violence preventative strategies does the law department engage in to keep the city of Cleveland safe?
Director.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, the law department provides an analysis of the law, and so we are not involved in direct crime prevention.
Okay, right. So that distinct difference, right? We here at the city of Cleveland and Cleveland City Council persons, because of our dual hybrid type system, there's an expectation from Clevelanders that Cleveland City Council members take an active role in being proactive and preventing crime, right? And many times, being a part of the safety committee, when the the chief of public safety, as well as the chief of police, one of the things they talk about, and we get this many times when we talk to police officers, one of the driving factors in a lot of the violent behavior in the city of Cleveland is based on retribution. People, after a violent crime has taken place, the actions of people trying to retaliate, right, based on those things. So for you to make the decision that we are not able to find out, like, some of this information that we need, specifically when violent things are happening in the city of Cleveland, you are handicapping our ability to work in our jobs to actually help on proactive, preventative solutions, understanding that that is directly one of the driving factors of violence in this city. People being violent and having retribution when there are violent acts. So again, this is just one of the fundamental things where I feel like getting some distinction between if you want to put on the legislative hat versus the executive point, and that's one of the things I have challenged this body on when we are putting laws into place. This whole thing about administrative review, this thing is new to me, and I really feel like we need to bring that back, because there was no such thing like that in the Ohio General Assembly. No such thing. And even at times, there have been legislative strategies specifically to do things to challenge the Constitution, to get a new precedent, hence, hello, overturning Roe v. Wade, but that's another thing. But there may be times, like, again, where we just don't agree with your legislative interpretation. And that's where I feel like I am in some instances when it comes to this law department in the city of Cleveland. Because I think at times it comes from such a place of a deficit mindset and not being beneficial to really trying to get Cleveland out of this place of where we are. So,
Okay, go ahead. Keep continuing.
my question is, what if as a legislator we just don't agree with the law department's interpretation? What would be your advice to I guess us in your client, Cleveland City Council?
Director.
A couple things. First of all, let me correct what I said earlier. The law department actually is involved in law enforcement because we have 17 city prosecutors chief city prosecutor and prosecutors that are focused on domestic violence and other ways. So, but I want to address your second point about what would advice be about if we disagree with an interpretation. And the answer is it depends. I think that here, first of all, obviously you have great lawyers in Rachel Scalish. She's outstanding. But in terms of, I suppose I would have to ask you, what is the law and what's the context on what you're talking about?
We are talking about what we're talking about right now, right? This definition of public official and who is entitled to certain information.
Right.
If we don't agree with your interpretation, what advice would you give us? Because since we're supposed to go to the law department by default, what would be the advice you would give to Cleveland City Council?
Sure. So a couple things. First of all, let me just say, we respect all members of this council. And so, I realize that for some reason this has become personal, or you may feel that that's not the case.
Oh, no, it's not personal. I'm just saying, again, it is, as you indicated, we just don't agree with you.
Yeah, that's fine, right.
Right.
So, Councilwoman, I do want to emphasize that we respect your role and certainly your expertise in your ward, but sometimes we don't agree. And so a couple things. One is, I do think it's worth sitting down next week, and Councilman Jones, you happen to be out of the room when I indicated that let's get together to see whether we can talk through that. But I think, there are obviously a couple of different options that you would have. One would be to seek outside counsel. The other would be to rely upon your own counsel. Ultimately, and I want to emphasize this is a restriction of state law of the Ohio Revised Code. And so, I think that we don't feel that this is us making the decision, but we feel that based upon how we read the revised code, this is what the administration is required to do. So, and let me also say this, which is redacting information is a pain. It takes up a lot of resources, and so, we have gone to various others in other contexts to ask that we not have to redact things. So that might be a possibility as well.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm gonna say, so since this, through the chair to the law director, since this has been brought up, as a point of contention between council and the administration, what in the 10 months has been done, I guess, from the law department to try to see if there's been some type of happy medium?
Sure. Well, we've done a couple things. One is we've tried to work with Urban AI to make sure that you guys get ward-based pieces, and Urban AI, I think, has taken a little while to kind of get up and running, but my understanding is that's the case. And then to the extent that now, I'm hearing today that there are questions about addresses being redacted, then, I think that should be part of our meeting next week.
Okay. So I hear what you, okay, well, it's I guess could be a point of fruitfulness that now we have gotten to the moment where we think, oh, now we actually might need to have a conversation. I would hope that, again, understanding, again, when you understand to really work to improve our community's perception of our collective work in improving the conditions in our communities, there is a collective thought process and an effort, and not just a because I say it, so that's what we gonna do mentality. I really do. And like I said, when you look at the intent of Marsy's Law, was to ensure that a victim wouldn't see the person that was alleged to murder them in the street. Yep. And to compare that intent with the intent of this body, we're going to have to be a little bit more astute and a little bit more intentional than that. We must be. So hopefully looking forward to next week to see what can come out and understanding the purposes and the instances, because again, when we talk about these brevity reports, don't nobody want to, I mean, it is a really futile exercise to give us everything that has happened in the city of Cleveland when we're not trying to look at everything. We're trying to look at being proactive and being responsive and working with community partners and community neighbors about incidents of real violence. That's what should be the point of it. All the other stuff is really mundane, and we create busy work for people versus substantive work to actually work to improve the conditions in the city of Cleveland. So hopefully that next week will actually be a fruitful conversation so that we don't have to continue to go through this exercise. And it is not personal. It is about trying to alleviate the real fears of Clevelanders to work in a comprehensive manner. Right? Because the law department don't have to deal with that, right? You got a job to do, and we do too. It's a lot. Some of these instances that happen, finding dead bodies on the floor. Did it come from, it sure didn't come from that report. You know who it came from? It came from the resident in the building.
Yeah.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, I just want to kind of restate what I said at the beginning, which is we didn't come to this view lightly. We spent a significant amount of time trying to analyze it, talking to other municipalities and other victims groups. And so this was not something that we came to a conclusion on easily and with anything other than good faith. And so I look forward to having a meeting next week and seeing how we can move forward.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. But again, I think what you've heard today is the frustration. And I appreciate you acknowledge that you're the one that made the call. But I will ask you this. Councilman Starr alluded to the date that this went into effect. It was in July of last year, I believe it was. Prior to July, are you aware of any council member, any council person who jeopardized somebody, a victim, who released information that created a problem for a family or individual? Are you aware of any member of this body that did that?
Things that I believe or that I have heard, complaints and rumors, but nothing that I would put credence to.
Well, I'm not aware of any.
Me neither.
I'm not aware of any councilman who would compromise a victim. And I'm just being very blunt about it. I'm not aware of any councilman in all the years, and I'm it, because I'm the senior member, of any council person who jeopardized any victim, child, female. I'm not aware of any. And, so again, I think, Director, this was your call, and the only way it's going to be corrected is by you to make the call that, and if you want councilmen to sign an affidavit or something that this cannot be released, I mean, I got no problem doing that, but something's got to give here. Something's got to give here. Councilman Jones, and then we're going to get into the Office of Professional
I think that, first of all, I think that the comments, Mr. Chairman, to the director are healthy comments. You see the passion of the members here at the table, and it's not something that there's hostile. And I don't want you or the administration or the law department to feel that there's hostility or personal, making this issue personal. What it is, and I think that a number of our colleagues here have stated, when you really look at what we do, and I think the gentle lady, Stephanie House, stated it eloquently when she brought up the form. Because if the true intent is to protect the victim or to go down what we have here as victim rights, it states here on the paper, and we have with this form here from the Ohio Victims' Right Request Form, we're not even processing that in our administration. And they have stated here, Mr. Chairman, to the law director, I want my name, it says rights that must be requested. It's in black bold writing. And it says, and it has either yes or no. I want my name, address, identifying information to be redacted, removed from law enforcement records, prosecutor records, or court records. So if we're not even processing this, we don't even know. So, and just like this, and I'll say this, Mr. Chairman, to the law director, this is not the only issue that we encumber ourselves to. When it comes to programming and helping our neighborhoods, when it comes to block grant money, the city of Cleveland has encumbered itself with its interpretations of how we should utilize these funds and resources. Okay. And so you know, we shouldn't encumber ourselves if we don't necessarily have to do that. And as the eloquent statement here of our colleague who has been down State House, she's eloquently stated other council members don't even do the hybrid activity that we do in the city of Cleveland, making the city of Cleveland's representation here unique to other cities. So as we sit down next week, I would love to go over how we do what we got, and then to bring the council and to bring their interpretation back.
Okay, well, we're going to work on a date when we
Yep.
can get together next week, and I'll notify members of the committee who would like to be a part of that. I'll try to get everybody who can be on the same page, same date, to resolve this stuff. It's got to be resolved because it's, as you can see, it's causing great friction, great animosity within a body. And there are members of the body who, let's be very blunt, we're about transparency here, who believe it's politically motivated to deny us that information. So I'm just telling you. I mean, so you need to be aware of that. And the fact of the matter is, I'm not aware, again, I want to state for the record, I'm not aware of any council member who's ever compromised a victim, a child, a woman. It's never happened, in my opinion.
Chairman.
To my knowledge.
Hey,
So
Chair,
on
Mr.
that note,
Chairman.
I want to thank the law department for being here.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes.
Well, but see, I think this is what you're talking about. If there is a public official who has put someone at risk, that needs to be known. Similarly, and these are the problems that I have with the law department's interpretation of many things, or why we decide we do what we're going to do. For all of the things that people said of people misusing of funds and things of that nature, those things need to be publicly written down. Companies, people need to be put out, but we should not be putting policies that are not based in equity, and giving real relief. Like I said, that's why we legislate, and we are trying to lead and serve from a place of deficit. So if there are things and people who have done these types of things, then it should be known. It should be publicly available, and people should know about it, so that we can know how to engage and deal with them moving forward. But to use that blanket slate, for the entirety, when it's not being helpful or improving the conditions in the city of Cleveland, I don't think so.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Law Director, thank you. Would ask the Office of Professional Standards, Civilian Police Review Board to come up to the table, who are going to bring us an update.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
members of
thank you,
council.
Director.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. And we will coordinate. Okay. Mr. Sharp, thank you for coming to the table and being patient with us, but we have a lot of work on our plate.
I see. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Introduce yourself.
Mr. Chair, Marcus Perez, I'm the administrator for the Office of Professional Standards.
Billy Sharp, the chair of the CPRB.
Okay. So, gentlemen, thank you for coming to the table. We've asked for an update as to where we are with the Office of Professional Standards Civilian Police Review Board. At 1:30, Councilman Jones will take over because I have to be at a very important meeting in economic development. So, gentlemen, start your presentation.
Through the chair, so the last time we briefed was November 3rd, 2023. So next slide, please. So this is the current agenda. We're just going to go through references. I guess I have the clicker. Yep, I do. So we're going to just go through the references, the oversight framework for the public, so those that are viewing can be able to see what we're discussing and talking about, our mission, and then follow-up. You did give us some follow-up questions on November 3rd.
Okay.
So we want to make sure that we hit on those as we go through the presentation.
Yes.
So this is what we're looking at as our references in the law that we abide by. So these are our mandates, the city's charter, 115. It was amended back in March 11, 2022, but this is what has built the structure that has come to the table today. This is the police oversight structure. As you can see, the Office of Professional Standards is underneath the Civilian Police Review Board. Mr. Sharp is the chair. There's 8 other members that are part of that board. The Office of Professional Standards reports directly to the chair and that board. We provide them with investigations based on the Cleveland Division of Police officers and their employees. We are independent, therefore there is no influence into our cases, into our investigations, and the outcomes that come from the board.
To the viewing public, briefly, tell the viewing public what the office does. What is your responsibility?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So our mission statement is to increase accountability and improve the confidence and transparency within the public, and to ensure that we
Bring that closer.
and to ensure that we conduct fairly thorough, objective, and timely investigations that meet the needs and the expectations of the cities and what they require of us. We have several types of complaints that the Office of Professional Standards looks into: lack of service, no service, improper procedures, unprofessional behavior and conduct, harassment, bias policing, missing or damaging property, and excessive force. And this is all related to the Cleveland Division of Police, as well as the employees, so the dispatchers that fall within that structure as well. We do have administrative dismissals that occur, and that's when we receive complaints of individuals that are not CDP employees. Unidentified officers, meaning that there might have been an incident. We do the best we can to look at patrol logs, look at dispatch logs to see if we can identify if that incident actually occurred. When we can't, then that will constitute a
You need to speak
dismissal.
closer to the mic.
Oh,
They cannot hear you
absolutely.
on channel 20.
Is this better?
Pull it right in front of you. Pull it over. Yeah.
Okay. Uniform tickets, we don't look into. Unavoidable work delays. So as we know, there are certain districts that have a lot of call-outs, a lot of priorities. The higher priorities is what takes precedence. So some of our citizens have a lower priority, and I don't mean that in the sense of their complaint doesn't matter or their incident doesn't matter. It just doesn't meet the threshold of what the district can provide them with for a call-out at that point in time. And then we have off-duty civil conduct. So that's more of a civil matter that will be seen outside of the Office of Professional Standards.
Okay. Continue.
On November 3rd, you requested a breakdown of active cases by district, the
Yes.
type of those types of complaints, and then what types of complaints would happen within the wards that they're originated from. So as we go through this, we're going to present some information, and then I'm going to talk about some systems and some ways ahead that we can build this transparency to the council members so that you guys have it at a touch, so that you don't have to worry about the transparency coming from our office or the Civilian Police Review Board.
Well, not only that, but I appreciate, you respond to Billy and to Mr. Perez. I appreciate your response, but I also appreciate the fact that you put together the PowerPoint and the handout. I think that's very helpful, so continue.
So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the chair.
Thank you, and to the chair and to council members, thank you for having me. I come to give you just a brief report of where we left off the last time we met.
Yes.
And I think one of my statements were that we were digging out of a hole at that time.
Yes.
Well, between then and now, the hole got to be a bit deeper than we thought. So we're still sort of digging out of that. But let me just give you a brief report. So during that time, the board had recognized that we had a backlog in cases, so the board took on a biweekly meeting setting where I believe over 3 months, and I think that the chart alludes to that, over 3 months we began to deal with that backlog. At one point, in 1 month dealing with 29 cases, then 28 cases the next month, and you can see there was a huge drop-off because we got that backlog taken care of.
Good.
The board is also engaged in multiple personal development opportunities and training. We even sent a board member to the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement conference. So the board plans to make training a focus of ours in 2024. It's important to note that the board has been focused on how to administer the duties and responsibilities given to it by Charter 115. I want to make a note of caution here when it comes to Charter 115. It is our view that we're going to be pragmatic in looking at dispensing those powers that are given to us by 115, and we would definitely refrain from discharging powers just because we simply have them, if you can understand what that means.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'll put them in place where it's needed, but just blanketly making grabs at responsibility just because we have them, we don't think that's going to be effective in the future. So we're looking at that very closely.
But if I might add, and I appreciate your comments, to the viewing public, Charter 115 is a result of issue 24 passing, and that created Charter Section 115. So with Mr. Sharp and Mr. Perez, if they allude to Section 115, that's what that is in the city charter. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Where am I at? It's also important to note that the board has received draft copies of the CPRB and the OPS manual. We are actively looking at those with suggestions. We are excited to get our edits back to the law department soon.
Okay.
The board also realizes that the city council members have appointing power to the CPRB. So what we want to do there is invite council members in for one-on-ones so they can see how the Office of Professional Standards runs and the CPRB. We hope that gives board members an insight of what kind of member we need to serve on the board. So in that regard, we need some wins on the table. So the board is planning to be out in the community as we visit. Every police district has district meetings once a month. So we're going to send our community engagement officer there, a board member, and an investigator to those meetings. We need to be out in the public, and the public needs to know what does OPS, what does CPRB do, and we plan to do that moving forward. Where am I at? So in closing, we want a closer relationship with City Council. And we need some advocates. If City Council wants to help us, we need some advocates. So we talked about, well, you guys talked about access to systems, record sharing, so on and so forth with the city. Well, OPS is sort of different almost than any other agency, as OPS's main job is to investigate. So when OPS cannot get adequate files, records that's germane to their job, it holds them up. And even from a board member standpoint, as we now will get WCS that is cut down to a certain time period, it hinders us in our job, even as board members, to properly adjudicate a case. So personally, I can tell you, when I look at OPS, I look at it from when I look at WCS, when I look at WCS, I look at it from beginning to end, because when an officer's in the squad car and they're on their way to a call and a comment may be made, that gives me insight into their mind frame going into that call, which may turn into some action that comes before us. So it's important, my overall point is important for us to have access to these systems that before we had access to. Now we don't have access. I think if we continue not to have access or have this backup where we submit for records requests, that it may take, I think, 6 months in some cases to get some information back, we're going to grind to a halt at some point.
So on that note, and before I turn this over to Councilman Jones, because I have to go on this to the other meeting at 1:30, the Federal Monitor alluded to the lack of information being able to obtain as well. So can you allude to us or tell who made this decision not to provide that information to you?
Well, and I want to get the system right. Is it LERMS or LEADS?
So for us, it's LERMS is what we have access to.
Okay, so one of the systems that I speak of is LERMS. And so our investigators had access to LERMS.
Okay.
And they could go and investigate
Yes.
a case. There was no record request or anything because we
Yeah.
got everything unredacted.
Right.
And to Councilwoman's point earlier, our investigators have always acted with responsibilities with that information.
Yes.
I believe the state made the call that access would be taken away, correct?
Correct. So the State Highway Patrol is the one that has the quality assurance of LEADS.
Okay.
And LEADS is a higher access.
Yes.
That then has LERMS as it comes down.
Okay.
So they went through, when CDP said that we were not authorized to have that, And so currently, the city's law department is trying to work
Okay.
in order to
Okay.
ensure that we can get that access back or see
Yeah.
what type of access we can get back to at least continue. We kind of run through the same issues that you're having, Chair and council members, where we'll ask for an OH1 report, which is an incident report, and
Yeah.
it just comes back redacted to where the witnesses are redacted off of it, which makes it extremely hard for us when we get a complaint and we can't find a witness to collaborate or to at least talk to make sure that this is what they saw or this is what actually happened. So it just takes away our ability to make a more
That-
thorough investigation to give to our board members.
And how are you're empowered to investigate? How do you investigate if you can't get information? I mean, I don't get this. I mean, it has to be about transparency here. It has to be about information. You have to be able to obtain information, because if not, we're never going to restore the confidence of our citizens in what has transpired here. And we all know why the Justice Department is here, because citizens made legitimate complaints that was never acted upon, or acted upon where it took years and years and years, which is totally unacceptable. And everyone knows where I'm at. I'm pro-law enforcement. But I'll be the first to say there is absolutely no reason why it should take years to investigate a citizen's complaint. I mean, that's absurd.
And to the chair's point, and as you alluded to earlier, even Judge Oliver came to the conclusion that OPS was separate from any other agency, just because its responsibility is to investigate, and it definitely needs access to these systems, record requests. It needs that stuff in order to do its job properly.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to turn the chair over to Councilman Jones. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a good meeting. In fact, I'm going to change chairs. Can you elaborate a little bit more on because when we look at the report that has been brought to us, are you finished with your presentation here?
Well, I'm finished with my part. I was going to turn it over to Administrator Perez.
If you would continue,
Thank
Mr. Perez.
Yes, Councilman. So this is the Civilian Police Review Board overview just for 2024. So as you can see, in May, they'll have 13 cases that'll come forward to them for their hearing. They've already seen 43, and they've already issued 8 disciplinaries where they sustained allegations against CDP officers or employees. What you'll also notice is that for the majority of our allegations, unprofessional behavior and lack of service kind of go hand by hand. So usually if an individual is not out there in a timely manner, they also consider it to be unprofessional. So we look at both of those. We take it very serious. When we look at the findings, as you can see, about 13% is what we've sustained for the CPRB. Even though we've only had 43 cases that have been heard by the CPRB, those 43 cases total 105 allegations. So just because there's one case, there's multiple allegations that always come with that case. So the board is hearing 105 allegations just for those 43 cases.
And you, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, you give the CPRB all of their information to do their reviews of the various cases?
So that is correct.
Okay, so it actually comes to you. So if you're bottlenecked with getting the information, then you're slow with getting the information to the Community Review Board, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
And so the last time we spoke in November, this was our task org. And I think the highlight or the important takeaway was we had 11 permanent positions, but we had 7 permanent vacancies. And those vacancies, you'll see in 2 more slides, had a devastating effect on us, especially when it comes to our budget.
When you say 7 permanent positions vacant, are you saying you won't be able to fill this?
So in 2023, those are the positions we never filled. So at the end of the year, we turned over a substantial amount of salary because those positions weren't filled.
Okay, so why aren't they being filled?
Well, so we'll get into that in 2 slides,
Okay.
Chair, but you'll better understand. So currently, this is where we're at. So we have filled 12 permits. Based off of everything that's happened within the last month, we had some individuals depart OPS. So what we did is, where you see the gray areas, those are individuals that we brought in and temps, as temps to just fill those gaps. Now, we have all requisitions that have been approved out. We're currently conducting interviews for investigators as well as for the human resource and budget officer. So we're looking at, by hopefully midsummer, being able to fill all our positions again. We also have 2 of our postings for our CPRB private secretary and the OPS secretary that's out as well. When we look at the assistant investigators, those are open positions right now. We do have a substantial backlog that is occurring. And because of that, we want to be able to hire some temp investigators as assistants to come in and help with the investigators that are currently doing this. The backlog that we're currently seeing is it's a result of just not having the personnel within the organization in 2022 and 2023. And that's the result. That's what we're seeing, is that backlog increasing again. Now, when we talk about the budget, right now we're on track to turn in $109,000 in budget salary, and that's because once those positions go vacant for a month, that's money that we can't put on the bottom line to spend in the general fund. It stays in the salary cap, and therefore it gets turned in at the top. Last year, we turned in over $700,000. This year, if we don't fill these positions, we will be turning in almost $900,000. Which, when you talk about can an organization be effective, not if you're turning in 40% of your salary cap. You cannot be effective. These are things that we do not control, but that we're trying to work with the city in order to ensure that the hiring process isn't delayed and that our candidates can get into their positions and start working, and that the salaries that we're providing them with are marketable to what the market is out there.
Yeah, now, looking at that before you move on, because this is the major problem then here.
Yes.
Now, why is it that this is a continuing issue? Because this is, what, 3 years now?
So this is 3 years. I've been here almost a year, and I can tell you historically, there has just been multiple delays. Now, I can tell you January of 2024, the HR department did come around and streamline the process, but there's still delays.
When? In what year?
2024, January of this year.
Okay.
They streamlined it, took out a couple of barriers, made it a little bit more efficient, but at the same time, that efficiency kind of stops after the requisition's been approved, and it doesn't go into the recruitment. So we waited several months for the recruiting of our candidates, but at the same time, there was the issue that happened in November that came all the way around until almost March.
What issue?
We had false allegations that were made against me that the city kept me out for almost 90 days from the office. And that was detrimental to the office. We lost a lot of procedures. We lost the ability to supervise. We lost a substantial amount of gains that we had when I first came here on November 3rd. We lost those things due to an extended period of an investigation where I feel that was unwarranted. But
Okay, so we had a situation.
yes.
So we're here right now. How are we going to fix it?
So we're going to fix it by putting in the hours. We're going to roll up the sleeves and get to work. And we've already done that. So we lost 2 candidates in December, and we spent January and February re-recruiting them because they are excellent candidates. They just came in April 22nd. We hired them on. So that was our community engagement officer, who's stellar, and then our investigator who came out, a resident of Cleveland, who's amazing as well. So we're filling those gaps. Like I said, our other recs have just been approved, so we're already interviewing for 2 more investigator positions, and we're interviewing for the human capital budget analyst. So we're doing the work. Right now, I've got an interim general manager. I've got the senior investigator who's permanent, and they are rolling up their sleeves just as well. The team is coming together. You know, when I first came on, I said it was going to be some bumpy roads. But I will tell you now that office is turning. And individuals want to do the job. They look forward to doing it. They want to serve people. It takes a very unique person, I said that back in November, to want to serve the people and not themselves. And the people in that office right now are the ones that want to serve the people.
Okay. So that you can know, as you move on to the next page, This council certainly wants to make sure that we get this office up and running, of professional standards, and we have you to be quite productive. Any issues of delays on your behalf and not being able to do the work that you are by charter to do causes for us to be delayed in a number of other areas. And we can't afford, as a city, to continue with this delay process.
Absolutely. And the chair and I are both on board, Mr. Councilman and council members. We're doing the omens work, and we've got the right team behind us that wants to do it with us. And it just took us a minute to get here, and we're going to get better each month. I can promise you that.
And it would be good if you had a report to this council in terms of your progress. March of last year, you had 170 investigative or open investigations, and now you have 290 today? Is that correct?
For open investigations, I
Yes.
believe we're at 308.
So you're higher than the 290, you're 308. You even have the Judge Oliver, who seems to be very impatient with this slowdown. So do you have a projection? If you get you got 4 people you got hired, or 2 more coming on?
Right.
So what's the projection of getting this number down?
So the projected...
Because we were here once before and we had a big issue here on this council.
Right. In 2019, there was a huge issue where you had to go outside the state to bring somebody in to do the omens work for the
That's
citizens,
correct.
right? And they don't know the citizens like we're supposed to. So that's not going to be a fallout for us. We're not going to look at going outside the state. The people of Cleveland deserve to have people that know Cleveland, that know the citizens, solve their complaints and look into their investigations, and that's the team that we're going to build. So the way going forward is to fill our structure with 10 investigators with the senior, and then to use our professional services to bring in temporary investigators from Cleveland to assist us with those backlogs. So that way we can start to turn more cases over to the CPRB for hearing.
Okay. Let me interject there, if I may, Mr. Chair. The CPRB, that's a good note to bring in. The CPRB is fully prepared to deploy the tool that we used last time. As OPS begins to turn out more cases, we are certainly will make ourselves available to do bi-monthly meetings in order to deal with that case backlog, because we certainly, to your point, do not want to get to where we were the last time. What I will say about Administrator Perez and myself, we have always looked at when do we get the office, to your point, when do we get the office up and fully running? And that is our main concentration, to get the office up and fully running, where we're able to get cases in and discharge them within a timely manner. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we look forward, Mr. Sharp, to see that happening quicker. We've already lost 5 months this year, and I'm a productions person, so it would seem like, we have people who are in place now. We should be moving a little bit faster than what we're at right now, even with the staff that we do have.
And I agree with you. I will say, Mr. Perez came in as I came in, almost at the same time. And we looked at the system, looked at the manual. There were things not in place that we had to put in place. I think obviously some of what we're dealing with now is an effect of that, of really, really cleaning that office out and this process out. Even the board, given 115, had some added responsibilities that we had to get acclimated to. So to your point, yes, we are behind, but the team that we have in place certainly is willing to get us up to speed as soon
And you
as
did,
possible.
Mr. Sharp, you did lose some people too, some good folks that retired. Is that correct?
Well, a combination of things, but turnover was high. And I will say, even moving forward, as far as the board is concerned, there's more turnover to come. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr.
To the chair. So
Administrator.
for our overview, we were talking about data and maps. And so I'm going to go through this, but what I would like to offer to, through the chair to the council members, is my data analyst has been working night and day to put through heat maps, break it down by districts, broken down by wards as well, to be able to give the district commanders insight into what we're seeing, as well as the council members into their wards on what is actually occurring. At some point in time, what we want to do is be able to identify a person on your staff so that our data analysts can go over and meet them. And we own this, so we can provide this to your staff members so that they have it at a finger. So if you have a citizen calls you up, says, this is my OPS case, they can go right into the dashboard, look it up, and be able to tell you exactly what it is, where it's at, and who actually has it. But just give you that general information to be able to give them some information, and then we can figure out the rest for you from that point on.
I see.
If I may, Mr. Administrator, in our one-on-ones that we are asking that council members come into office for, that will be a part of the information where we break it down by ward, where we can tell you where you're getting the most complaint from, what area, that sort of information that we think is going to be very valuable to you as a council person.
And then moving forward, once we get our social media and our websites up, they'll be linked to the city's website, but the citizens will be able to go on, plug in their own OPS case. It'll give them all the information as well. So that way there's transparency. They can see who has their case, how long that case has been, either in status, like their status, complete, not complete, no status at all, meaning that it hasn't been worked on. So we want to make sure that everyone has transparency into what's actually occurring. So on this slide, it's just a comparison between 2023 and 2024. So we ended in 2023 with 297 cases received. We had 61 administrative dismissals. Most of those administrative dismissals were either because the officer was unidentified, the officer didn't exist within the CDP, or because the officer retired, separated, or resigned from the CDP. 2024, we've received 93 cases so far. We've had 10 administrative dismissals. We've completed 4 of those 93. So we're sitting at 79 total. The administrative dismissals have just been for officers resigning because in 2024, we're still completing 2022 and 2023 cases as well. This is how many complaints we've received for the 2 years. The big takeaway from here is in 2021, we received most of them from the CDP districts or headquarters. Then we received the second most was through website and then email. As you know, the city migrated through to a different type of service for the city website. So when you look at 2024, we kind of lost that website. It was our last one because citizens were having a hard time navigating and finding it. So the phone, email, and then the districts and the headquarters took 1, 2, and 3 on how we receive our complaints. Just complaints received. Please don't pay attention to the bottom number, but for 2023, it was 96. 2027, it was 93. So we're just 3 off from what 2023 was. So we're right there, keeping average to what we had the last 2 years now. This is just a breakdown by district. So it shows you in 2024 how many open investigations we have for our first district, how many complaints has been received, which is 10, how many of them have been completed already. And then it shows you at the bottom just what those case allegations are: harassment, lack of service, and then unprofessionalism. And this is broken down, so not to belabor it, this is just broken down for all the districts. And this is something that we'll be able to extract and be able to provide to the council members at a moment's notice. What we're hoping to do is at least be able to provide a monthly brief or a monthly report to your staff so that they can share it with you as well. For the citizens, this is just our OPS touch points. So once again, it just shows that once a complaint's filed, what the process looks like. So the process will come in. It'll actually go to the senior investigator at this time. Senior investigator will issue it out to his investigators. Investigators have about 5 days to do a touch point with the complainant. At that point in time, we'll identify is it a standard or a complex case. That'll be the timeline that we'll provide the complainant with. If it goes past any of that, we'll be in contact with the complainants to let them know, like, we're extending it, or this is where we're currently at. And then from there, once the case is complete, we'll do a follow-up with the complainant, let them know that their case is complete and that that case is going to be heard at the CPRB hearing, and then we'll try to confirm and validate with them that they're available to make it if they wish to speak at that hearing to the CPRB members.
Before you move forward, looking here, this is every step of the way of a complaint is received in your office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so this chart here that you're showing us is the various steps that it goes through, and it ends up in the community police board, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so, is there any kind of way we can streamline this process and get it into their hands sooner or quicker? We're averaging, what, 22, 23 cases a month?
Well, so
Why
right,
should it take so long?
so right now we're averaging about 13 to 15 cases per month.
Okay,
And that was just due to the number of personnel that we had. So
Okay.
we were only working with about 5 investigators.
okay.
Now we're up to 7 investigators. We have 2 of them that are still coming through the training, the onboarding portion of it. Once they're fully on and the next 2 come on as well, we should be able to, we're kind of revising and reinventing our processes. Because of the way we have to now request documents, we're doing more things in bulk so that more things come back to us. And then we're setting up our systems to where we can then package those into files for our investigators so that they can stay focused on the investigations and not have to worry so much about the admin portion of it.
I see.
So we are trying to streamline this. I feel once everyone is trained and ready to go, we will be able to turn these cases over within the 45 to 75 day. For those cases that we have about 150 cases that are a year old. So we really want to put some emphasis on trying to get those out. At the same time, trying to maintain the new ones coming in that 45, 75 day. So it's just it's a balance. It's a real balance.
But once you're fully staffed, you should be able to process much quicker
Yes.
time period.
Yes. Once we are
Because-
fully staffed.
Right, yes.
But if I may, even once we're fully staffed, though, given the authority to get to systems and then records requests, still may not be as fast as we would like it. Just because even if we had a full staff, we still have to wait for information to come in.
Right. So
in order to do
ideally, now the
investigation.
next question would be, how quick can you get information in? That would be working with whom?
So that works with CDP.
Okay.
So
the Cleveland Police Department, who in the Cleveland Police Department that
So
you
we-
referenced to get the information?
yeah, we work with 2 individuals, which is Sergeant Ball and Sergeant
Who?
Cook. Sergeant Ball and Sergeant Cook. And they've been extremely receptive to us. So there are some cases that take a little bit longer for them to fill, but for the majority, it's about 8 to 12 days for what they're filling for us when we're waiting for certain things. Now-
So they're getting the information to you is what you're saying? They're working with you? I mean, because I want to make sure
Yes.
that I clearly understand, where the issues are. Where is the delay in information? Why can't we
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
process these quicker?
So-
Because that's going to be, if these numbers continue to climb, we had gotten these numbers all the way down. Now these numbers are all the way back up there. And so this is, and if we get a hot summer and we have a lot of issues coming in, we're going to have problems.
Correct. So there wasn't processes in place. And through those several months, December, January, and February, we lost a couple of them. And at the same time, that's when our access to a lot of the systems kind of left, right? That were taken away from us.
Okay.
Since-
So you're getting the whole point is you're getting the information. You had some systems that were broken down. You had a delay in personnel. So all of these contributed to you having the caseload that you have currently that's in the numbers that there are.
Right.
And all of that hopefully is going to be coming to a pass.
50-50 because a lot of this we inherited way before I ever got here. So that backlog already existed. So yes, I do feel by November, December of this year, coming forward, that number is going to go down. And that number is going to go down because we are giving the individuals what they need to be more effective and more efficient. We have identified the cases that we need evidence for, and we have built a system to do a bulk order of being able to push those to the CDP in order to be filled. That's going to delay them because, as you can see, everything's getting redacted. So everyone has got a new workload that was not projected a year ago. So we're still very patient with them, but we're trying to build a system that's responsive, maintainable, sustainable, and feasible for all agencies to be able to communicate and to be able to work through it. But to your point, I do feel by November when we come back here, we'll be in a much better place. And then this is just the strategy that we're looking at. So customer service is always paramount for us. It's something that we kind of took our eye off of for a couple of years, but we really want to get back to the citizens. We want to make sure the citizens know that they don't have to come to downtown in order to file a complaint. They don't have to come up here for an interview. I have investigators that will go to them. I don't want individuals toting their grandkids or their children all the way up here to file a complaint. We have the services, we have the resources and the means to get to them. So I just want them to understand that. We have a community engagement officer that's on board. Like the chair said, we're going to be out in the community more. We'll be doing more teach and trains and getting them to better understand what our services are and what we can actually bring to the table for them so that they don't have to feel like they can't get the service or they have to come up to our office at 205.
And if I may, again, Mr. Chair, I think we do see that self-inflicted wound of bad terminology coming, because as we're out in the community more, informing the community more of how we operate, we do suspect that complaints will come in even faster and even to a greater degree as people learn more about what we do.
Yes, and as they should. I mean, we're here to serve them, and if you go out in the public right now and you just ask them like, hey, do you know what OPS is? Most people don't. And then you say, do you know what the Office of Professional Standards is? Most of the time the answer I get is, if there's a business that's corrupt, you guys set the standard and you investigate them. And so, you do a little bit of teacher train, but the citizens wanted us, and I think it's important that we meet their standards and their expectations going forward.
Is that the end of your presentation?
It is, pending any questions.
Okay. When I look here and at the end of what you have stated about educating the public about what you do and your services and how they can access those services, have you started, do you have a budget for promotions?
We did. We initiated this year for the budget that was approved a marketing campaign. So marketing and branding.
I see. So you're getting ready to go out in the field to be able to do that. Would love to, I know that a number of my colleagues would love to have you come out to the war clubs so that you can come and speak and talk about, what you do offer in terms of services. And I'm going to open it up to the body for questions. No questions? Charlie? You're good? Well, see, that was easy. So we're gonna say this, that this council is here to serve. We want to make sure that you spend every penny, getting your personnel, your staff in, keep us informed. The chairman is certainly a supporter. I'm a supporter, but we have to, with Godspeed, get those numbers down, and move as fast as you can. And whatever impediments are in the way, City Council is a partner. It is our responsibility to help you have the tools and the resources necessary to be successful at doing the work that is so important, and being able to deal with the citizens who have issues and legitimate issues as it relates to dealing with their situations with the police department.
Understood.
Okay?
Thank you.
Did you guys have anything further to add?
Nope.
And well, let me ask this. So you came in at the same time as the chairman?
I was on the board when we hired him, and then shortly after that, I became chair.
Okay, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, gentlemen, Godspeed. I got both of your cards. I'm going to give you my
All right.
card. And then we have one more. We have a public comment that we want to open up, so guys don't go anywhere.
We
Yes,
got your card at City Council.
Yeah.
When we were at the City Council meeting, we got
Yes.
it. So we do have you on for, and everybody's scheduled for one-on-one, so you should see those requests coming soon.
Well, gentlemen, Godspeed. Good luck.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I'd like to bring up Reverend Pamela Pinckney Butts for a public comment. You have about 3 minutes. The distinguished Reverend Pamela Butts.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I was going to talk about something different than what came up since I've been sitting here at this table. Councilwoman Stephanie House Jones asked that any victims would come forward who have been compromised through the legislative process. I'm one of those victims. I sat here and I looked at the hypocrisy on this side of the table. And I'm really concerned. And I heard everything you all said, and I'm glad you said what you did through the standing chair to the two council members that still remain here. I'm glad that you spoke up. And I'm saddened by this because the Department of Office of Professional Standards has never disciplined anyone in the Cleveland Police Department for me. The law department has never prosecuted or done anything to anyone. I have reported rape to myself, to my children, to my grandchildren, and it has been compromised through previous legislators, not you, but some who know. It's hypocrisy, and it's a disgrace. They're sitting in front of you all pretending like they have a plan. One of the things I'm concerned about, Councilman's life, and I don't want you to be offended by this, is the law is written for white people. Marcy's law is a white woman who they're going to do something and fund for that. I'm a woman of color. All the rape I've been through, all of the things that I've been through, nothing has ever been done through the law that's already in place, and no law is written to address it. I'll wait till he finishes, because I was listening to him when he was talking. I hope he can hear me. If I were to put a law in my name, it would be a Apostolate law, and it would be a law pertaining to mental abuse through the law. When I sat here at the table, I was thinking of a way to help you all. I mean, sitting over there thinking of a way to help you all through your concerns. But it's time now for you all to help me. I sat here and I'll tell you. And I heard the Crime Stoppers. One of the things I would like to know is what is the ratio of non-whites who are considered to be criminals, and what is the ratio of females of color? Because we now have a white female police chief in a predominantly non-white city with missing, dead, exploited, overlooked women of color in this city. As these people come to the table, Councilman Slife, Councilman Starr, and the person who decided to stay, I call them to task. I'm willing for you to talk to me with them present, to let you see what really is going on in the city of Cleveland. Because it's not just here in the city of Cleveland. They have defamated my character in Cuyahoga County, in the state of Ohio, and in the United States of America. So I call it to task. And I'm glad that you called some things out, because it's time out for playing games and being fake and thinking that religion protects abusers and violators, because it doesn't. And I want to thank you for hearing what I had to say, because that's not what I came here for today. I came here today for other reasons, and one of my books I wrote is called From Riches to Rags, The Cost of Reporting Abuse, and what happened to me when I came to legislation, the executive body of government, and to the judicial branch of government. If you would have a conversation with me to make these entities more responsible, I would love for you to do so. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any further business that the table has to take care of? Not hearing any further business, the chair will convene the meeting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wasn't coming here for that. I was going to actually share some things with you, but I'll share them with you another